Happy New Year GMT to you all. It is time to say goodbye to the Henry 160 aka RGB Henry, see how he's coped, empty his bag, put it back into storage, and then we've got a job to do, and then we'll have a look at what you all voted for, oh dear, for my vacuum to use in January 2024. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner and pneumatic chums. How are you today? Yeah, this has been ever such great fun to have kicking around for a month, because I mean he's just a Henry and he's a 160 Henry, which is small, and that does make a difference, especially in a domestic setting such as this. The tapered conical hose only fell out about 7 times, and I did glue it once and it still fell out. It's all loose now. Look, let's pop it back on. There we go. That's a weekly / monthly job if you have a pneumatic with the conical tapered hose. And yeah, this is its one. It is very good at being a hose. As you can see, we have the toe cell fitted to the machine. Yeah, I've been using this quite a lot, really. It absolutely munches through everything, especially with the machine on a very high setting. This brush at the back stops any kickback. It's really quite good. I'm hoping it's loosened itself up a bit as well, because it always was a bit of a stiff thing to turn. So, you know, having all of this blasted through it should help a lot. Hasn't clogged once, and I have given it some abuse. Right, so yeah, that's the tools. I mean, the aero brush is kicking around somewhere. That's just a Henry aero brush. That's been fine as well. Let's have a check at how the machine has coped, empty its bag, and I do want to give it a bit of a clean before it goes back into storage. Right, here we go then, being very careful to not rip the cable out that does the RGB, although now I know that we've got a bit more length. Oh, let's just twist it that way so I don't twist the cable. There we go. That can go in there. Ooh, the filter is a little bit dirty. That's a bit of a shame. It probably just needs a vacuum off. We might do that in a second. Oh, this bag is very, very full though. And yeah, it's very, very full of Christmas tree needles, because yeah, I mean, I did get a droppy Christmas tree. I mean, I'm sure I got a droppy one last year, and it wasn't quite as bad as this one is. Yeah, that is just tree in there, and it wasn't quite as bad as this one. We might look for a non-drop tree next year. I don't know though. It's been quite fun. Oh, as per usual, not all of the needles go into the machine. No, of course they don't. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's just a bit dusty, really. It's sadly what they do. So I have some glass cleaner here, and we're just going to give him a nice wipe over. The glass cleaner is good because it evaporates off. You know, it doesn't leave an oily residue, and it's quite good at getting oily stuff off. I'm just going to be quite careful around these LEDs, because if I rip one of those off of the strip, that's gonna be a right pain in the bum. And yeah, eventually I'll get him nice and clean, and we'll fit a lovely new bag to him. There we go. All of the tiny amount of dust has been knocked off. We're going to take a nice fresh bag, so that future us, when we get him out for the next time we play with him, what should we do with him next? Do comment down below and let me know. Because yeah, I mean, as fun as he is just a Henry at the end of the day. And yeah, no, really, it's a very powerful Henry, very powerful indeed, with his 2,200 watt meter motor, which again makes me quite scared of him. It's a bit of a shame. I mean, as fun as he is on full power, and he has survived, he's probably got more airflow in here than in a Miele. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me being paranoid. What we are going to do is take some of this. This is the stuff that is in a machine that you will see in a week or two, Sebo X7, and it was lovely. So what I thought I would do is just put a little tiny bit in here, just so that in storage it doesn't smell musty. We'll turn it on. Keep it, keep it out. There we go. Just a few. there we go. Right. There we are. Night night, RGB Henry. You can sleep once more. Let me go get his box and we'll get him put away. An RGB Henry lives inside of the box that the MBV 190 came in. I really wish I'd had space in the car for a couple of flat pack boxes for Barton's, but I didn't. Oh look, there's, do you remember that vacuum that literally made me throw up? It was just full of disgustingness. Well, this is the floor head from it, and I kept it, and I haven't really used it because I know it would just be terrible, but it fully functions, fully works. This is my example of a pneumatic straight suction floor head. The rest of this rubbish is the toolkit from the MBV still. It lives in here. Look, we haven't used this since we took the MBV out of its box. Went, look at these tools. We put it back. Look, a non-conical hose. Ew. Especially on the corners, it helps a lot. And yeah, in here is all of the packaging from that. And RGB Henry lives nicely in there. Look, there's even the boxes for the batteries. So all we've really got to do is put a Henry back into a Henry box. There he is, all packed away. I mean, the handy thing about him being a bit smaller is that there's enough room for both the hoses to go around there. And it is a bit of a shame, really. He has to go back in his box. How do you store your vacuums if you haven't got the space to have them out all of the time? Do let me know. And if we had a shelf and, you know, I knew that Felix wouldn't just pick all the LEDs off. He needs a glass case, really, doesn't he? Oh no, I should have put this on first. Hang on. I'm sure that bit of cardboard does go there, doesn't it? I think it's this. There. Yeah, as soon as we move that out. Oh, will you just sit there? Yeah, that'll do. I don't have anything stacked on top of it. It goes sideways. But it's on the floor in the loft. There we go. That'll do. Put the flaps back so I can put the tape back on the tape. Oh, look. I've initially boxed him up December 21. It is now still December because obviously I filmed this before the first 23. So yeah, there we go. The wands and the stuff can just go back in the pile of handy bits and bobs. This is from a Vax. It's not even from a pneumatic. And the toe saw head and the aero brush can go back in the pile. But we've got rid of one vacuum cleaner. First, I want to do a little job. And that is, we need to take all of the decorations off of the tree. We put the cards on the tree in our house because everywhere else supposed to put them. And yeah, it's all got to come off. The problem is, as you can see, this whole thing is quite bare. Oh dear, it's quite dry. Probably going to lose a lot of needles. So I think, I mean, look, we've just done that in this little time. Look, and I've got to take stuff off. There's still presents everywhere. Yeah, it's all just got to come off, really. So I thought I'd do this, and then we could use January's vacuum to clean it up. And well, you voted for January's vacuum. You know what this is going to be like. Back in a bit. The tree is bare. I have even moved it to the side. And of course, the vacuum of the month for January 2024. Oh, is this Bissell liftoff, which I got last year in 2023. So we're not going to pussyfoot about, we're just going to go straight into what is probably going to be far too much for it and is why I'm daily it during December, because at least this is only going to happen to it once. Wow, that was pretty cool. Right, let's lower this down. Yeah, that is, look, that is full of tree. Look, completely full of tree. We haven't overfilled it. Let's tip that into here. This can just be emptied. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's done okay. I don't think there's anything. Oh, hang on. How do we do this? There's the red knob on the back, which opens this. Then you twist this, and hey, none have made it into the filter, which is a good thing, really. I was very surprised at that. We'll pop that back in there, turn that, push that in, turn this. Oh, look, 3 made it completely through. There we go. That's what I was expecting to see. In there, like that. I don't think this is clogged. No, this is still completely fine. In fact, I'm sure the suction's still okay. That works fine. Right, onwards. I had lifted it up so that it sort of didn't snowplow everything out of the way, but I think we're past that now, so we're going to leave it there because it seems to suck the carpet up, and we'll carry on. that did significantly better than I was fearing it might. Oh, although they're still true all over it. Look, there you go, that's what it ripped off the rug. It's quite aggressive, even with such a worn down brush roll this. I have been trying to find a new brush roll for it, but not seen any on UK eBay. Do let me know if you do find one. Ow, they're sharp. Yeah, it's full of tiny ones. But, you know, it did okay. Oh, look, there's a bit more there. Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't put it through it completely. Also, this thing is red hot at the back. Yes, Felix. I wonder how many made it through. Yeah, I still got this filter fitted. Oh, that is warm, folks. There isn't a thing on it, but... I think the random Dyson motor from the big box of spares may not have been the best. Oh no, who'd have thought it? I mean, I'll probably leave this in here for now, but I will keep an eye on it. Problem is, it probably does need that, because as soon as I start picking up, you know, dust, which is what it's going to have now for a month, it might need it. Not sure. For now, we'll leave it. If it does blow up, it's not the end of the world. It's only a DC 25 motor. I've probably got some more. I've probably just picked the one that was bad. So, you never know. Obviously, I have the lift away function. I can't really say how often I'm going to use this. Although, look, there is some mess on the floor. Where's the dusting brush? Here it is. Oh, you've got to twist it. Yeah. Blimey, I don't know. Mechanical sympathy is making me think we're going to run out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it just restricts all the airflow. Who'd have thought it? Only everybody who has ever experienced one of these before. Yeah, no, we're gonna run this the naughty way with zero post motor filter. We shall see how it copes. It's never going to pick up fine dust, even being used for vacuum of the month. I still have access to all of the others, so yeah, this is only going to be used for fun, but for the big cleans, because you know it is going to groom this horrible rug quite nicely. So what do you think? Is it going to last a month? Is the motor going to burn out? Is something else going to break? Let me know down below. Oh, I know what we should do. We should put some of these in this, although it will obviously get dumped out. Wow, that was difficult. It'll obviously get dumped out when it's empty. There we go. Whee! Yeah, it comes out the back already. This is surprisingly nice. Do pick yourself some up. I couldn't tell you how much to use because I mean it says it does 10 bags worth, but I'm going to use little to start with. We put those few granules in the RGB Henry who is in there. I tipped a bit of this, probably double that, into the MBV, and that's in there because obviously that will get dumped out fairly soon. It works better in a bag, but we'll see. Let me know what you think of that. Obviously never put it into the motor or past the filter. The amount of funny pictures I see on Facebook where people take apart Henrys that have these put on top of the filter and obviously just sucks itself straight into the motor and destroys the entire thing. So with that said, I'm going to go and empty my Christmas tree bin. I hope you had a jolly festive time and an alright new year, and hey, let's see if 2024 might be any less worse. Happy New Year, and hopefully this Bissell, assuming it lasts, we'll see you soon. know, I'm almost sad that the month of January is over and it's time to swap the Bissell liftoff Bagless for something else equally terrible. For those of you who have voted in the poll will confirm, and yeah, it's time to say goodbye to this flawed but surprisingly alright to use machine. See how it's coped, see what state the filter's in, because I haven't looked, and yeah, we'll go for it, and then I'll show you what we're going to use for February. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums, how are you today? Yeah, this thing has been incredibly surprising. I mean, it's not great, don't get me wrong, but it's a heck of a lot better than I feared it might be. The brush roll, despite it being a little bit worn and, you know, not quite as long as it perhaps was, really grooms the carpet well. And of course you can turn it off and it has really good airflow with its Dyson DC-25 motor in it, although it's about the same as the original one. Pulls the dirt in, it's surprisingly nice. I thought I was going to hate it, and I don't love it, but it's certainly a lot better than I thought. And that's before we've really dug in. Like I say, all I've done is empty it and put the thing back in, haven't maintained it any further than that. I mean, it's not all brilliant news, and I'll start with things while we go on there. The cable has this handy clip up there, so obviously it's always to hand. But as soon as you want to take the machine off of this caddy stand, what do you call it, frame, obviously this is then attached to here, so I end up not using it. But the problem is, because it comes out the bottom of the machine, you're always then faffing around trying to pull it up, and yeah, this is where the issues with the design will come into play. Using the tools isn't a horrible, hateful thing either. Again, if you keep it like this, obviously the idea is that you take it off and have this bit, but as you remember from the before or after video, it falls over ever so easily, and I again haven't used it like that. Oh, I've got to feed the hose through. All I've done is kept it like that, and you can take the hose, the wand out, you can put it on the hose, and it doesn't tip over anywhere near as easily. It's quite sturdy and strong actually. I can walk over here, and it's only then that it starts to not like it. So yeah, we've used the tools quite a lot. We've used the little dusting brush, which has been okay. It's, I don't know, it's definitely a product of its time. It's definitely a cheap, early era Bagless machine, but yeah, I quite like it in a weird, horrible sort of way. What I did end up doing was removing the post motor filter, because it blocks so much airflow. The thing was screaming and really was losing its suction from that. And as you can see in there is, you know, a nice waft of dust, which yeah has been blowing out into my house because it hasn't had a filter on it. It's all over here, and the problem is, if I hadn't have taken the filter out, it probably still would have blown all around, because it would have blown past the seals and it would have made the machine run really hot and really horrible. So yeah, that's sort of why I did that. What I've also noticed is that this here, the release pedal, jams down sometimes, so the machine doesn't lock itself back up, and I haven't actually done much to investigate that really. I'd imagine that the spring has moved or got a bit iffy. Crikey, there's still some pine needles coming out of somewhere. Where have you come from? So yeah, probably a little bit of work needed to be done there, but again, that's probably my fault because I had it all apart. And while it's a lot easier to see, we can have a better look at the brush roll. Oh, there is a fair bit of string and hair caught around it, but you know, that's normal. It's now been a month. We can do the maintenance that a vacuum cleaner requires every month, especially one of this vintage. It doesn't have anti-hair wrap, anti-hair cut or any of the other rubbish that modern vacuums have on them that seem very nice to start with, but soon wear themselves out. And yeah, that is, you know, one part of the machine. And yeah, I've used it mostly as an upright, so I haven't really taken this off at all. All I've really done a couple of times is move that lever, pull this bin out. Did you notice that? We'll come back to that in a minute. And yeah, here is the dirt that is currently in it. It picks up really quite well. It's very good. However, did you just notice all that just fell out? And if you can tell, look, all of that is hanging down from up there. And this is where the shine comes off. Because if we remove this entire piece here, you'll see that a vast majority of dirt is caught in there. And I think I probably should have emptied this a bit more, better like that. Oh my goodness, that's the filter. And you've got to go in there, you've got to get all of the dirt out. We are very spoilt nowadays with the shroud on the Dyson that can clean the filter and everything like that. And what you end up with is just dirt raining down into the inside of the machine. No matter how careful you are, even you'd have to take both of these out simultaneously to be able to avoid that. It is a big flaw. Yeah, this is what the filter, I'm going to hold it over here, this is what the filter looks like after a month of use. Oh dear. I mean, I know I should have checked it prior, but again, it's only been a month, you're not supposed to really, well, unless you've got a shark, in which case you should probably check the filter every week. But yeah, that is, I'm going to say very clogged. It's still got really good airflow. It's still got pretty good suction. So it's obviously not hating it too much. Let's just leave that in there. And I guess that's probably what killed a lot of these off. They still had some suction, but that suction was greatly reduced, and eventually they probably would have just burnt themselves out. Added with the fact that, all of the filth just goes straight through everything. Look, see that there? That is millet. That is just plain bird millet. I know some of my viewers have lovely birds themselves. That is gone straight through the entire system. This is, oh my goodness, this is the exhaust filter. And it's just gone straight through the entire lot. So, not a vacuum cleaner I'm going to recommend, but it has been excellent good fun. I have enjoyed using it. It's something that I never really paid attention to when they were new, and I mean, I can tell why. They're not brilliant, but it's not quite as bad as I thought it would have been. So this is going now, really. If you would like to make me an offer and buy it for not a lot of money, do let me know, because I don't really want to keep it. It's just something that we have experienced. And I'm going to tidy all of this up now, and we're going to look at what we're going to use for the month of February. And the word upgrade isn't what I'm going to use, perhaps more of a sidestep from this sort of technology. The machine which you all chose for February, not the nice bagged Captura or a nice sensible Electrolux Turbo 2. No, we picked the disgusting Hoover DustManager Bagless box system. Why do I even do it to myself? Why do I offer these stupid ideas to you all? Well, because that's what this channel is all about, isn't it? This would have retailed for many hundreds of pounds once upon a time. It would have been marketed as the best thing since sliced bread, even though it really isn't. You really should have just bought a Dyson DC07 rather than buying one of these. But here we are now with mine, and I've got a feeling it's going to do better than that in some respects, because this won't suffer too much from the dust coming out. I mean, we shall move you out of the way. In fact, can we take you off completely out for now? Yeah. Behind here, I have a pre-inspection of the filter, which is literally as it was after the after video. And in fact, look, we can even make sure we're starting the month off with a clean slate. There we go, look. So in a month we can have a look in there and see what's happened, because I don't think it's going to leak too much dust. No, what I think it's going to do instead is just clog itself up, and the airflow is going to significantly reduce, because that's been my experience of this blue box before. I had a Hoover Discovery that had this. Actually, that came from Mr. James. Oh my goodness, it's not even clean. Ooh, that's not going to work. It must have, that will literally be from the after video. Where are we? Oh, I should have prepared for this a little bit better. Bear with. Go. Crikey, maybe I should just scrap this whole 12 vacuums, 12 months and go back to using the Wizard, who is absolutely fantastic. Right, whoops, sorry about that. Yeah, my experience with this Bagless box system is it just clogged up and the airflow just dies really. It shouldn't leak too much actual dust. But of course, if you're going to get a pure power, just get a bagged one. much better. So there's that hateful part. Under here, nice activator brush roll with alright brushes. I think that's going to be the nice part of it. Still haven't got a wand, still haven't got a scabbard tool, but we have these here. So yeah, it's going to be okay, I think. I remember looking at these in the catalogue and going, there. And here I am about to, here I am about to commit to using it for an entire month. I say commit to using it for an entire month. We'll get on to a slight caveat in a second because obviously this is going to be terrible for hard floor. But let us check what it's like on carpet. This cable is so short compared to the Bissell. Wow, the Bissell has a very... Well, it works. That's good. No little cable hook on this thing. No, we just turn it on. It's really short as well. But it is a roll sucking the carpet. Vibration coming from this entire cleaner head. Yeah, so it works. It does have a hard floor setting, but I can't imagine that's... I know, Felix, you don't like it, do you? Out the room. Come on. It does have a hard floor setting. I just don't think it's going to be really good. Let's demonstrate it on the black rug. Because it's almost the same as hard floor, and it's going to probably show why this isn't going to be that fab at it. Oh, of course we've got the horrible pure power release pedal issue. Oh, push. And you've got to hold your foot down and almost push it down with your foot. just feels so mediocre. That's what really surprised me about the Bissell. I was expecting it to be mediocre, but it wasn't. It was, you know, really quite aggressive. But, you know, we've picked up some dust. Well, that's good with the light above it. and yeah, that is going to be what makes this Bagless box clog itself up. I'm not too concerned about the lack of hard floor performance, mainly because I can cheat. Because it isn't the only machine that I have access to, as you know, and after graciously providing it for our review, the Collado KCV01, I got that wrong in the title, oh, whoopsie daisy, has been providing excellent service. And for the hard floor, this head is really good. That big fluffy bit at the back just stops everything from going back, and it picks up the lot. And you know, I think these two together, this for the bulky stuff, the carpets and the nice hose, and then this for the hard floors, is going to be pretty good. I may as well show you a little bit of an update on this because, you know, it's been a couple of weeks now. Let's empty it. Oh, look at that, look, again, lots of minutes, lots of hair. Then we shall turn this. I haven't looked at this in a few weeks. Look, that is acceptable for a pleated paper filter. It needs a clean, but equally it was fairly good. We pop this back in. It's alright, it's really quite nice. Let's take that out. I know there's a big spider in here, so I don't really want to put my hands in there and touch the spider corpse. Let's just do that. I did know that you're supposed to use the crevice tool to go in here and twist this out, which is a thing. I mean, I don't mind putting my hand inside of things and doing that, but yeah, that works. And again, you see it like that because it's just excellent at going around picking bits up, on, off, away, and yeah, I quite like it really. It's a vast improvement over the Green Oak GSC50, and that wasn't too bad either. But oh no, look at that, folks. We have ourselves a mess. Can this Pure Power Dust Manager, whatever it wants to call it, do the job? I know Parwaz with his massive mess test, although who knows after this month, should I post this to him? I know his address, we don't even have to tell him it's coming. He could utterly destroy it. But I'm going to try and daily it to start with. It was sold as a really decent bagless vacuum cleaner, although we know it's not. Again, I've never used one in anger. I don't recall the last time I used a bad Pure Power in anger. I mean, I've used one, but not as a daily. You know, upstairs, this will be quite good. I'm sure I've got a scabbard in the shed if I could be bothered to go outside in the freezing cold and have a look for it. I would. And who knows, before the month is out, I might. I bet we've just lost a load of airflow now. Again, I haven't got a suction meter, so again, if I send it to Mr. Parwaz, clean it out first, he can do a before and after test. It's got all right airflow. I don't know. It is very gorgeous though. It is bang smack in the era where vacuums had colour. I mean, you know, this has colour, but only in its accents. It's not just grey anymore, steel grey with, you know, a different shade of grey accents. It is blue and see-through, and I like that a lot. So, I don't know, am I stupid for wanting to use this in a house with primarily hard floors? If it was new, I would have been sold it by saying, that's fine, sir. No, it will be absolutely fine on the hard floor. It's designed for it. So, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that I could just be a complete idiot in the mid-2000s, walk into Curry's and come out with a slightly unsuitable machine. What do you think? I'm sure it happened all the time. And at the end of the month, will I want to do what every owner did with this and launch it into a skip and try something else? I don't know. I think I will, but how? That remains to be seen. We shall have to wait until the end of the month, and I'm pondering for March not doing a poll at all and just using something. I do want to use the Vacmaster before I've had it for too long, so I think maybe for March I will spoiler alert this unless something amazingly cool comes to mind before then. And we won't do a poll, we'll just use the Vacmaster. Or the Turbo Power 2, that's been sat in the corner of the room for ages. I really want to use that. Oh, what a dilemma with scrap old vacuum cleaners. But what do you think? Am I going to want to kill myself after using this for a month, or will it be okay? And of course, I shall cheat massively whenever I can by whipping this around. The NQ100 is boxed away, the NBV is out, but I try not to use him too much, although again, he gets used. I use lots of vacuums. This whole series is just an excuse to keep one out that I normally wouldn't give the time of day to. So if you had one of these bagless ones, yes, I know I could put a bag in it and it would be much better, but we're not. We are using the bagless box, what would have once been heralded as the next big thing in vacuum cleaner technology. Such a miss. But until the next time, I and this pathetic Pure Power and this, I can't think of a similarly, cracking Colado, will see you soon. Time is marching on, get it? And we are out of February and into March. It's your mum's birthday this month. Don't let me forget. What I possibly do want to forget though is this Hoover DustManagerless bagless system. The bagless box has actually been the better part about this machine, although a lot of my gripes are going to be because I'm just not a fan of Pure Powers. They don't suit my house. So with all of that set up and context set, let's have a look at how this has coped, because I haven't looked inside of here all month. So we're going to do that together. Yes, good evening, my vacuum cleaner and Hoover Pure Power chums. How are you today? Yes, the best thing about this machine has been looking at it. Using it has come a distinct second, but I've got home from work. I mean, my laptop bag is still just chucked on the sofa as I want to get this filmed because I'm that excited to change it. I'm just not a Pure Power fan. It's rattly, it's noisy, the tools aren't brilliant, it doesn't like my hard floor, it doesn't like my rug, it's all very personal, but yeah, I am done with it. It's just been a Hoover Pure Power, really. The wheels have a slight wobble, the release pedal can be a complete sod, there's no other setting bar, the lowest setting that does any good at all. It's, standard Pure Powery stuff. It has kept its airflow, but we'll test that in a second before we use this. I have briefly used the tools. I still haven't found an extension. I just grabbed the one from the MBV and grabbed the tools, used it occasionally, but again, it's just so noisy. Let's not forget that its main problem is that it's a Hoover Pure Power. So it's upright. It's just so loud. So the mediocre airflow that comes out of this thing just not great. It's alright, it just skims my rug, which doesn't help at all. So yeah, usability wise, it's a Hoover Pure Power. If you don't like a Hoover Pure Power, you're not going to like this. This is just a very attractive machine. I mean, they did do attractive Pure Powers. You got pretty much fully translucent ones at one point. But when you didn't get for very long, here's this bagless system. And I don't know if it'll show up. Oh yes, it will show up on camera. Look. Ooh, that is some dusty dust. I have not gone kind on this. This has picked up whatever I have decided to throw at it. And to be honest, this part has been fine. If we take this out, oh yeah. I mean, let's not forget that was fully refurbished before we started. And I thought, full of dirt, I don't want to knock it over. And yeah, look at it now. This is the pre-motor filter. That's millet and dust, and I can see even more millet sat deep in there. We'll have a look at the brush roll in a second, but first we'll have a look at this. And the dust has come, I mean, look, it's all coming apart anyway. I'll push it down a bit more. But the dirt has come from this seam here. Over time, it's just blown out and sealed itself up. And we're doing what it says. Look, we are, because I am going to wash this. I have a new home for this to go to. So yeah, it has been 3.5 weeks really, because I'm filming this a little bit in advance. So it's not even had a month. Let's see what it looks like inside. See how much of my dirt it has picked up. Yeah, that seal, it's just not good at all. And yeah, probably why they stopped doing this very quickly and switched to the later, slightly cyclonic design. Oh, look at that. Give it a gold slap. Woo, that's not bad. I mean, yeah, that is, they're so pretty choked up. You can still see through it. Well, I'm wondering if that's almost by design, so that, you know, the bits that have to clog up do, but there's enough gaps around the edges to pull the airflow in. I have to say though, despite being quite skimmy, that is nothing but decent fluff. You know, it managed to pick that big bit of paper up. It managed to pick this up, bit of plastic. That's doable. I'm happy enough with that. Ew. Oh, I hope the vacuum that you chose for March is going to be any good. Look, I'll play with that in a minute. Yeah, a little bit of plastic. It's taken the dirt, you know, and again, it's still got airflow. I can see how you could be fooled when this was brand new into going a good year or so, emptying it every couple of months before it just exploded in your face. And you never went Hoover again and bought a Dyson. Sadly, this system here, as okay as it was, I would rate it better than the Turbo Power Bagless box system, but only just, was probably responsible for a lot of Dyson sales. Let's have a look underneath the head when I move somewhere else away from all this dirt. So, underneath of the beast is actually okay. There's a bit of my daughter's hair wrapped around it, but overall, not bad. Again, I think its biggest issue, best, is that it just can't pick my rug up to attempt to beat as it sweeps, as it cleans it. So it just brushes over the top of this. I'm hoping that the home I have planned for its carpet should be more varied and he should have more luck with it, because yeah, this is possibly going to somebody we all know and love. So nothing really wrong with under there. What I imagine there will be something wrong with though. Yes, Felix. Have a look at the filter. Get out. Don't you squawk. We're getting rid of it. He doesn't like this machine. Under here, oh yeah, actually not bad. That has caught all of it. I mean, in there it's absolutely terrible. But that's done its job. These are washed, same as this. Again, you are supposed to do it every month. This is why they say to do that. You cannot ignore it, otherwise the thing will die. And that's why there's not many of these left. And that's why this machine is a little bit rare. And that's why I'm quite glad that I at least can say that I used it and still didn't really like it. However, let's see what you all chose for me in March. Although first we should probably have a quick update on the Collado that I was given recently and said I would do regular updates on. I reckon we should try and give that a go, see if it cleans up that mess over there. Here we go then, let's have a quick peek into Influencer Corner, because yeah, I was given these to influence you to maybe buy them. And I mean, it's ironic really, they're both from the same company, you know, parent company, different brands, and they both perform pretty flipping similar. I don't know if they're going to be watching these videos or not, but I'm going to be true to you. So this is the state of the brush roll on the Collado. I do use these a lot, don't you, Felix? Yes. This is all of Eva's hair. I mean, you know, it's not even that tightly wrapped around. Look, there we go. We can call that done. Very nice indeed. Pop that back in. I mean, it's a little bit schmutzy. We could probably wipe it out if we wanted to, but I don't want to right now. There's not much point. That's nice. And again, the machines stand up by themselves. Oh, yeah. Decent tosser on it. This shows you everything. I just use it like this. It's very good indeed. And I've just put a bit of dirt in it. I actually cleaned this out yesterday and put a washed and fresh filter in it. So there we go. Look, barely any dust on there. It's a little bit of a shame that Collado didn't put the mesh cover that we'll see in a second that the Green Note have on them, but you know, you could probably figure that out with one of those pleated filter covers reasonably easily. Yeah, I've just been using it a lot. Let's see how much of this dirt it can pick up before it fills up. I'm just going to keep it on its normal setting. I have removed a couple of the bigger stones and the bigger pieces that it will struggle with. But otherwise, it's really good. It just goes through everything. Oh, there we go. That is, oh yes. Well, I say oh yes, it's very clogged, but only because it's made the mistake of bunching everything up quite high. So there we go, we'll give that its due there. Oh, again, the brush roll. These don't have anti-hair wrap, so if that's something that's really important to you, yeah, well, it's not exactly difficult, you just got to not be lazy. There we go, obviously this is excessive anyway, we won't pick that back up. That's just the dirt that shot up the head whilst it clogs. So I'll put all that to one side because I will show you how easy it is to clean these very shortly. But let's have a quick look at the Green Note GSC 50, which is the one with the better head. The GSC 40 is identical. I'm not a fan of the head because of carpet, but my stepmother has my one and uses it in her workshop, which just has linoleum, and it's fine. Oh yeah, I spilled a buttload of my air freshener balls and picked it up with this. So, yeah, this is all about to smell much nicer. Right, this works significantly differently to the Collado. There we go. Again, under there, spotless. No dirt has got through the filter, which isn't bad. And again, I've been using both in tandem, really, all three of these. So they've all had their uses. But this is the little mesh thing that I was on about. And again, that is very much now due for a wash. Although the machine still has very good suction. So we will sort of part refurbish it. We'll get the mesh, I'll wipe down on the carpet, pop it back in there. Obviously that is fine. This whole thing washes. You can put the bin in the wash as long as you let it dry completely thoroughly, same as you would any vacuum cleaner that you take apart. Can we line the tabs up? Yes, we can. I was doing it wrong. Again, I find this perhaps a touch more difficult because you have to clip the back in, and there is certainly a knack to it. But it should also pick up the rest of this. I'm not done. Oh, you've done the same then. It's also clogged itself up. It's all the big chunky fluff that the mighty Pure Power ripped out of the carpet. So again, that probably shows how good that did. And slight problem with this is now we're going to have to take this out, take this off, then we can remove all of this. And then it'll all come out. And to be honest, I'm now just going to stick all of this straight in the wash because it needs doing anyway. I've been using it all month, so that can go in the wash and all be cleaned up. These can go to one side, although again, oh, look at the brush roll. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Pop that on there. And there we go. Oh, okay. There. Marvellous. Fully refurbished, ready to be wiped up in a bit. But oh, we still have an awful lot of dirt. Look at that mess. Oh no. We better get, and again, look inside of the Collado before I forget, that motor housing is mostly now just dirty with the static from taking the filter off. So these are all due not even a good scrub up, just a mild rinse up, and we'll be good to go. We have regurgitated this many more times now, so I think it's time to take a look at the vacuum for March and see if it can clean up. So, the vacuum cleaning contraption of the month for March, as voted for by you. Chunky bit. Grinding noise. Wait, she good. definitely something caught there. The Vacmaster Captura. Yes, you've all chosen this one. My most recent, newest vacuum, and I'm quite looking forward to it. Wasn't influenced to buy this. I bought this with my own money at the supremely, very reasonable cost of well, $42.99 with my discount code. But code CLEVACLOGS, or CLEVACLOGS, CLEVACLOGS, will give you 10% off, which again isn't my voucher code, it's the one I got when I checked mine out. So yeah, they're probably not going to be 50 quid forever. Although, Vacmaster, if you're watching this, I'm going to love one of your bagless ones to try out, because frankly I'm not entirely sure that's going to be as nice, because it'll have, you know, sharkitis and other problems with it. But hey, you never know. So we've just submitted this to some significant abuse. Blimey, with the valve open. And even after all that, the bag is still only on number one. And I say that with a little bit of shock, because I have been using this on and off. You know, I haven't just completely ignored it and not doing anything with it. I've used it upstairs quite a bit. And I mean, I would class this bag as at least half full. I mean, by the time it's all stuffed in there, look, you can see the dirt inside. But in here, it's again very clean. I think most of it is now static from where I've just taken the bag off. Look, there is the tiniest crumb on there. And gone. There we go. That's very decent indeed. So we're going to keep this bag, tuck it back into there, because I want to see the light change. Again, I don't know how the bag fill level thing works. I'd imagine very simply with some sort of maybe a vacuum sensor somewhere. But yeah, it's certainly only showing number one currently. There you see it. Anyway, but take my word, it's showing number one. The second thing that I want to now have a look at is this floor head, because yeah, there are some things now caught up in there. Oh no. I don't actually know how to get into it. Because looking at this, there's no way to take the base plate off. And all that says is pluck the stuff out. So I think we're going to have to take all of the screws out of the whole thing and see what comes apart. Well, that's not gone especially well, because the motor is attached to the bottom part. However, the hose and the wiring and the PCB runs through the top, so this is literally as far as I can get it, and I've now got to put the brush roll back. So 1 out of 10 for user serviceability, unless I'm missing something really blatant. I was almost thinking this was go, but it's not that I can see. I can see 3 screws, but they're for these combs, and I think they're probably going to do more harm than good in the end. None have broken yet, all are still present and correct. But yeah, I'd imagine you've probably got to take all 3 of those out, and then this clear bit will separate from the top. But that is a complete fact. In fact, oh, we can take the brush roll out completely. We may as well. Yeah, nice stiff brushes, nice and true. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I really like it. There is our brush roll motor in there. There is, oh, with my hand, a PCB in there. It's all very reasonable, all very fair enough. So I'm now going to battle this back together, and well, we're going to use it to dust off the green notes quickly. Right, never do that. Never take apart your Captura head. I've heard the inner hoses have a habit of going, so it's really fun if that happens. The other thing I've noticed trying to test this is that I took the head off of the machine by pushing the lift away button. Now you have to really be careful to light the whole thing up. It's not like I'm just trying to do it whilst, you know, holding it with one hand. If I guide it in, it's certainly a machine that is meant to be used in a certain way. And I guess because the head doesn't work in lift-off mode anyway, you know, you're supposed to use it like this. And before we pick it all straight back up again, we're going to pick up these chunky bits. Marvellous. And then we're going to give all of the bits of the collado, which is now a little bit dirty after we did all that to it, a clean. And I mean, there's only two tools with this machine, this crevice tool and this excuse of a dusting brush. That's got some of those very annoying bleed holes on it. So yeah, the tools are this thing's slight weak point. But there is a reasonable solution. And that is that this generation, and possibly others, Dyson tool does fit into the wand. So all of a sudden, we have a much nicer thing to use. I almost fixed this there. The only slight pain in the bum is that these Dyson tools do not fit onto the tool holders. They're all loose, and I don't particularly want to chop away the original bits on there. So yeah, probably just got to keep this somewhere handy, although actually it will store there. Assuming will it all clip together? It fits so far. Will the wand go in? If I get it the right way round, I think it will. Yeah, okay then, we can sort of have tool storage if we use the crevice tool as one of those storage blocks. Marvellous. Right, let's finish giving the collado a quick wipe out. And there we go, just that. 2 minutes in real time. Bit of maintenance, obviously wash the filter, you get a spare. Nothing wrong with that at all. We go boost. Or low. I don't really use it in low. I use it in the normal setting. And that is perfectly decent indeed. Yeah, there we go. Ready to be a handy little helper once more. And of course it can be used in tandem, put it here in coming soon corner,
It can be used in... hang on. It's got to be flat on the floor. There we go. The main star of the show is the cleaver. There we go, my little treat to myself for 2024. Such a stunning bargain price isn't bad. I certainly wouldn't want to take it apart though. Good luck with that. I'd imagine I've possibly got to uncut the top. Then I think I can get to a screw that I couldn't get to, which would have released the motor. But I don't know, we don't need to go back in there again. I should be more careful with what I pick up. So we shall see how this copes, see how that anti-hair wrap doom of gloom does, and work out how long it's going to last with this now very full bag. This is the same bag it came with still. So I'm going to ram it full. It's still on number 1 on the bag full indicator. Be interesting to work out how quickly it changes between its settings. Then we can work out how good these bags are, because these are Vacmaster's own bags, I think, or bags that they've had made for this machine, so you know, unknown territory there, but I think it will be lovely. It's already nicer than the Pure Power. It doesn't creak, it clamps itself down and it grooms, and I can turn the brush roll off, so it'll be utterly fantastic for the hard floor. It's got enough airflow from the head, so it'll be interesting to see if it kills it enough. And the Collado will continue to be its sidekick. We've had this now 2 months, and it's certainly very decent indeed. Have you bought one? Do you know anybody who's bought one? Do let me know down below. So, there we go. Thank you very much to the Hoover DustManager. We shall see him soon on a channel who loves mess tests and old Vax airs. So yeah, stay out for that. This is the current ones for the month of March. How do you think I'll get on? Do you think the Vacmaster will break? Let me know down below. But until the next exciting video, I and some other cleaning device will see you soon. It's time to have a look at what vacuum we're going to use for the month of April. But I'm afraid first I have some sad news. Felix passed away last Wednesday and is no longer with us, and I'm already really missing him. This video might be quite hard to film and be a bit stupid, but we're going to have a look at the Vacmaster, see how he did, and have a look at the machine that you voted for April. And I'm going to have a bit of a cry. Oh, yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? Yeah, no more little chirpies in the background. The house feels very, very quiet. But, I mean, we can make it noisier by turning on some vacuum cleaners. I think maybe that's what I need. I don't know. But this has been okay to use, really. It's, you know, light, nimble, powerful enough. It's clunky with the tools. I'm not going to say it's fantastic to use with the tools. And I've used the Collados in cordless mode. More than this, it has pretty much just been used for the floor. The bag is the same bag that we filled up when we did the last video, and the light is still on the empty, which seems stupid.
we will change that. Oh, I also found a way, look, to make the Dyson crevice tool fit onto the machine. Obviously you have to have the standard tool there, but that works well. But again, didn't really use it, I can't lie. Because, yeah, I used the cordless vacuums as well. The bag, this is not actually that full. They're quite big bags. It's quite plumped up though. But if I push this lever here, the bag will come out and it's definitely going in the bin. It's definitely nice and full, but there's no like thing to pull and seal the bag. So that's that. But yeah, it seems to have done its job inside of here, which I've not actually seen before because obviously it had the bag in it. Yeah, that's spotless. In there is the machine spotless too. Yes, it's well a little bit. Yeah, I'd say that's acceptable. The filter look is immaculate, very good indeed. So the bags work well. I mean, sadly, this will be the last bag that's got seeds and millet and feathers and stuff in it. So that's good that it was excellent at keeping all of that in because, yeah, the next vacuum, it's not going to have much. It's going to have the dust from little old me. Oh my goodness, there's even a bird poo on there. Let's ignore that and come down to the post motor filter. Try to make this quick, I'm sorry. I know you probably don't want to watch a grown man cry. It's pretty good. Not even much carbon dust. That's clean. That's clean. Wow. Yeah, I would say those bags are definitely an A in my book. We shall change that shortly. Underneath, the hose hasn't split. People said that theirs had. They've either revised it or a month just wasn't enough use to break it. Which I would flipping well hope it wouldn't be. Let's be perfectly honest. The head, wow, oh look, there is some hair wrapped around. Oh, I've got a bird poo. There is some hair wrapped around it. Might keep that bird poo. Frame it. We got plenty of others. So the anti-hair wrap didn't do 1000% decent of a job, but it was okay. It's there. None seem to have snapped off. This little felty boy here has kept things quite well, although down there it's quite scraped and scuffed now from obviously being run around on the hard floor. But everything has survived. My £37 brand new from the manufacturer Vacmaster Captura did very well. Will this go back on without a bag? No, it won't. Although it'll stay on there well enough, so that's good. So yeah, I quite like this. When you're actually using it, it's not quite as manoeuvrable as it seems in person. You do have to sort of guide it and line the head up and push. But it pulls dirt in from the hard floor, from the edges again. The millet, which sadly I'm not going to see anymore, just shot straight in. And I used it with the brush roll on most of the time. It seemed to pick the little bits up off the floor a bit better. So yeah, I'm fairly pleased with it. What I did notice though is that when the hose is on the machine, it's sort of like that. And what's happened is that where all the dirt goes through the hose, when it's kinked, it's caught on there. And I imagine that that's going to look pretty grimy if you properly daily drove one of these. And yeah, like that, when it's sat on the machine, it's just, it's just kinked, which is probably fine. I'm sure that's nothing to worry about. Right, well, the last vacuum that beloved Phoenix ever heard and pooed on, well, he's heard the next one anyway when we refurbished it, but he won't get to enjoy me using it daily for the month of April. Let's have a look. I presume it's the winner of the poll. It was when I looked and got it out the loft, but I don't care. We're using it. Here it is. Loft and, well, bird poo proofed as it used to be. Oh, I guess I'm not going to miss everything, but I am for now. Oh, here she is. The Spinny. Yeah, how has it fared for being in the loft? Very good indeed. Very nice. Everything should be in here. We have the hose. We have the wands. We have this, which means that we must have left something in there. I honestly can't remember.
and now is not the time for me to care. And a very nice dusting brush, a crevice tool with a radiator brush. Gotta be honest, I have little use for this, so that can go back in there. And oh, I could have sworn there was an upholstery tool, but it's not in here, and that's fine. The only other thing that's in here is the original floor head, which, as you may remember, is broken. I mean, it looks like it'll work, and it probably will on hard floor at the minute, but there is a piece missing, which does do a fair bit of sealing up for the joint there, and yeah, it's no good. Although another collector recently got one, so I might see if he can get his bit sent to somebody who could 3D print it maybe, and then it could be back in action, because I'm fairly sure I've still got all of the bits. So this is what we have. Well, budget, low range. This has the accolade, I think, of at some point in the 80s being the cheapest cylinder vacuum cleaner that you could buy in Mitchellwoods or some other catalogue brain of machine. So yeah, it has that accolade. Oh yeah, look, we HEPA bodged it with a pattern Miele bag. How fantastic! Because yeah, obviously I've now got to do some sadly post-bird clean-up, and for the final time, so having a nice sucky cylinder with a decent bag isn't going to be terrible. We'll pop that back in there, because I imagine that part is just impossible to find. So that can go in there forevermore. How lovely is that? Well, I guess we best check if it still works first. I'm sure it does. Yeah. You see, Felix would have liked that, because it's not high-pitched and screamy. He'd have liked a nice cylinder vacuum. Oh, Felix. And yeah, we have our hose, which works. If you remember, we had to repair it because it was split. So hot glue or clear silicone, I can't remember. And heat shrink had that sold. However, I wish I was happier about this. I was happier about it earlier in the week. When I was at Barton's, I think on trip 1, I found this, which is a brand new hose for a, well, I flipping hope it's for, it is for a Spinney. Just, well, laying there in a box. I think somebody else had one. Yeah. There we go. Marvellous. That's what we want. Oh, bother. I've just put the ones together and I've realised that the floor tool that I got out is wrong, but I think we can use an adapter. So yeah, I got another hose. So, I mean, if anybody wants a still perfectly working Spinny hose, do let me know, because yeah, I don't need to. One of the reasons this has been on the flipping list for a couple of months, you know, wanted to fit the hose. And now it is. Right, let me show you what abomination of floor tool I've picked out for now. What floor head did I choose? Well, I literally chose it very fast because I had to move a few bits to get to the floor head as it was. I cried about 6 times whilst doing it, so I grabbed this. But saying that, it may not be too bad, because again, this is from a modern crappy cylinder vacuum cleaner, you know, the clampy on the floor, not nice to use type, which would be true. But this only generates 600 watts or something. How powerful are you? 500 watts. So, you know, that's going to be about 17 air watts. And this might actually help. So, get in the hole with a pneumatic double taper adapter, which now makes it... Ooh. Uh-oh. Maybe you just weren't screwed in properly. Yeah, this makes the hose now really short. Yeah, it clamps down a bit. Ooh. That's pleasant. I don't hate it really. The plastic ones are a bit wobbly, but so is my soul at the minute. So it matches it well. And of course, it'll be very nice for the hard floor too. bad at all. We're going to take the Spinny for a spin. And yeah, nice straight suction cylinder vacuum with a disposable bag. I'm going to be perfectly fine with this. It's a shame poor Felix isn't here to see it, but he has seen it. He saw it when we refurbished it. So yeah, that's the Spinny. Thank you all for voting for it. I'm sorry about the bad news. You'll still see and hear Phoenix for a couple of videos moving forward, because obviously I've got stuff filmed up. I've still got stuff I've got to edit. I'm not looking forward to it, all this. But hey ho. So thank you all for your kindness, love and support over the years. We had a good 5 years with Phoenix. We can look back on the memories. But until the next time, I and this sensational Spinny will see you soon. Oh, I've got to edit this now.
His only bread, and when he saw him without clothes, he gave him his blue shirt to warm him up. A year later, a car rushed over his food, and he didn't know what he was going to eat. But then a fancy car pulled up, and a rich man came to him with a... You want me to use melted ice cream instead of...
It's May, and welcome to 12 vacuums in 12 months. Hopefully a 1000% happier episode than it was last month, because, well, it's sad because we're going to be saying goodbye to the very good Spinny U62, but it's also got a positive, because Phoenix's old cage has some life in it once more. Meet Peanut and Butter, two little female budgies that I found in a local rehoming charity about 2 weeks ago now, and they're settling in quite well. They're still very untamed, they're still very skittish, but they're coming around. And yeah, the house is filled with love, noise and feathers once more, although I still really miss Phoenix. So yeah, we have two budgies. The Spinny is full of seed and detritus once more. Let's have a look at how it coped. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? Yes, for a basic, no frills, bottom of the range cylinder, this has been surprisingly good. It's got a decent amount of airflow. What was it again? 500 watts. So, you know, Electrolux twin turbo, mid 70s, 80s cylinder. It does the job pretty well. It's light. It's fairly manoeuvrable. You have to sort of, you know, give it a little bit of a pull and a turn. But yeah, it hasn't exploded. It's run very well indeed. We'll have a look at the tools, because you may have noticed that I have been cheating a little bit, and I have these metal wands on the machine. I got them down for something else, and well, I figured I may as well use them. Although, to be fair, these ones aren't too bad, actually. They're pretty strong. You'll see they've got these ribs down them, which do make the difference between a really flimsy, horrible plastic wand and quite a good one. And yeah, that's worked well. I've used this for most of the month. I had the Aquavac out the other week and had these with it, and yeah, thought I would try them on here. So there's those. This brand new hose from Barton's has done exceptionally well. There is no damage, no cracking, breaking, tearing or anything really. It's come out okay. And then, well, I've been using the dusting brush and the crevice tool all month. They've done very well indeed. So yeah, the tools that came with it have been good. This floor tool, however, I don't know really, it's been good and bad. The problem is this front brush snow ploughs a little bit, so you end up going over the same area a couple of times to get the bits up, and if you put the brushes down, the whole thing clamps down to the floor, which I had sort of hoped it might, to make the most of the 500 watts and probably 3.5 air watts that this machine has. So yeah, this has worked well, and again, this came with a very basic twin pedal floor head. This is just the 2000s, well 2010s equivalent of that. It's what would come with a machine of its calibre nowadays. So that can go back in the box of stuff, as can that, and this will sit with the machine. Let's have a look at how the bag did. I haven't been in here at all, so we shall remove the cable, which comes around here quite nicely, and I've just been tucking the flex up there, tucking the plug up into the flex there, so that it stands around. Yeah, 3 or 4 wraps of the machine is all this cable is, although again, that's been plenty for my entire house. If we lift this up, we shall remove the clip and withdraw the very full little Miele bag. Let's take it off because it's going in the bin anyway. Yeah, obviously with all the stuff that it should have taken out, a bag slots on there very nicely indeed. I mean, it's not quite as full now that it's not fitted to the machine, but that's still a decent amount of dirt for a month of this not being used exclusively. The original cloth bag sits in here is, well, there's a few bits of millet spray in there, but overall spotless indeed, which I would expect having used an inner paper bag with it. Oh, this bit of foam has been annoying me all. There we go. And yeah, inside of there is spotless. No dust, no dirt, made it past our excellent filtration. So that is good. We'll put that back in. Won't put that back in. I'll put all of its original stuff together so that I don't lose it another day. So yeah, that can go on there. Then that clips down like that. There is also a bit of sellotape over the bag full indicator because a fair bit of air was leaking through that joint. I'd imagine there would have been some sort of seal on there originally. I got rid of that by accident when I refurbished it, and yeah, there it is. I haven't used the blower. This machine does have a blower function, but I haven't used it. I was a bit worried about breaking this bottom bit, and that bit there seems to have gone a little bit faded, possibly with the heat from the motor, because yeah, she's a quiet runner, but she does get a bit warm. So we'll put that back on there. And yeah, I've quite enjoyed this. What more do you want from a vacuum cleaner? You turn it on, air comes in that way and out of that way, and the dirt gets caught here. I think that's perfectly reasonable. And yeah, I quite like it. What a rare machine, because these probably were sold quite well. They were just thrown away after 3 or 4 years when people upgraded to something better, I guess, which is a shame because, you know, compared to modern cheap vacuums, you know, this is very better. So it has 10 points on those already. So, getting rid of the cylinder from the 1980s, let's have a look at the upright from the 1980s that you chose for me to use this month. The vacuum cleaner for April, as voted for by you, is going to be a Hitachi. The Hitachi CV50 diesel, to be precise. Look, it says it there, look, D. D always stands for diesel. So yeah, diesel-powered vacuum cleaner. I had this out. I went to a mini-meet up north a couple of weeks ago and got this out to take it with me, and it was still out when I came home and needed to decide what to use for vacuum of the month. So I think it's going to work very well, he says, putting the bumper back together. This would have been a premium, high-range, feature-packed machine in the early 80s. We have automatic cord rewind, which sort of works okay. We have built-in tools. This is a straight suction, clean air machine. It's not straight suction. It's got a brush roll. It's just as noisy as Phoenix. We have brush roll on and off, as well as height control, which not a lot of machines had back in the 1980s. I don't know how much it would have cost. Probably a pretty penny. If we take the bag door out, we can see that we have another Miele bag fitted. This is why I always feel there is a place for these pattern cheap, horrible Miele bags. Not for in a Miele, never use non-genuine bags in a Miele. But when you can get 20 for £8 for machines like this, which again, this is only going to be 550 watts, so 50 watts more electricity used per hour than the Spinny. But this has a buttload more very powerful indeed, which again, Hitachis always have been quite airflow happy machines. This is no exception. Let's just check that the brush is spin. Very nice indeed. Though I have had to put the height control past the lowest point, which dropped it down a bit more. I guess that's just how the cam on this machine works. So yeah, it's, well, by modern standards, a very basic upright vacuum cleaner, but whew, back in the day, you would have been mwah, if you could afford and had one of these. Also comes with some tools, although they're not actually the cleanest tools. I don't think I've refurbished these since I got them. Maybe that's a job for this month, because again, there's two mucky ones there. I could chuck those for a wash at any point. I seem to have two hard floor brushes. These are not combination. These are hard floor only. And well, that one is probably unused. It looks unused. It probably is unused. This one, I think, is also unused. It's just got some storage dirt on them. If you remember from when I first got these machines, the guy just bought them whenever one bit broke on one. He just buy a whole other machine, hence why I got a brand new Sensatronic System 1 out of the whole thing. And 2.5 Hitachi CV50-D. So we'll probably stick to using the grubby floor tool. We have two hoses. Was I supposed to give these tools to somebody? Quite sure why I've got two hoses. The person who, yeah, because the person who has the scrap one probably needs them as well. So yeah, well, there you go. We've got two hoses, one of which has an angled end, and one of which has what I would consider a more normal end. And I think that's probably the one that we're going to use. So wand, hose, floor tool. What else is in here? Well, this isn't from it. That's from the vac set, which I also took with me. We have, again, two upholstery tools, one of which is brand new. So we may as well keep that one brand new. Lovely. There we go. That can go there with the hose. More duplicates we have. Wow. A brand new crevice tool and very much a not brand new crevice tool. Whew, that has seen some use, which I think we'll stick with this, because again, I'm going to give it more use. We may as well keep the brand new tools for later when I'm done with this machine, and the Hitachi Classic upholstery tool. So yeah, we have a full assortment of tools, which is excellent, because all we have to do is take this hose off. This hose plugs into there, and all of a sudden we have a cylinder vacuum cleaner. Turn the brush roll off. Oh, yeah. Very good indeed. This is quite good, because I could use this, and probably will do, on the hard floor with the brush roll off, and it's going to be fine. But obviously Hitachi realised that it wouldn't have been the best, hence why they gave a hard floor tool with the machine. And set up like this, well, it's going to be excellent for the hard floor. Let's check that now. We have some bird orientated mess on the floor. I'm actually going to move this over here and turn it round so that the exhaust there doesn't just blow that all away. Oh crap! It just pulls the dirt in. How lovely is that? But as soon as these brushes catch the millet and flick it back, it doesn't work that well. I mean, it's probably going to be fine, especially with normal dust. But I can't help but think that if I put the hose back into there, which will quickly step over here. Look, I'm using these, look. minute sprays. They're like tractor pit budgies. That's how we've been doing our training. So we'll stick another load of this on the floor. Oh no, what are we doing? There you go. Have it on the top of your cage. You might shut up. With the brush roll off, let's see how this copes. I will decline it again because the exhaust there does a DC01 and comes out of there. God, Dyson never really basically anything, do they? They just stole the bits that probably worked from other manufacturers. That's actually better. That works perfectly fine without the tools at all on the hard floor, so that's good. I like that. That works well. Yeah, not bad at all. Let us have a quick check of the Collado. I was so upset last month that we completely forgot to look at these, to be honest, but I did do them after the video, put a post up. You've probably seen that. Why do I keep putting so much effort into this? Well, Collado gave it to me to review. It's not too bad. I want to see how long it lasts. It's doing really well at the minute. Its battery's fine. Everything still works. I was even giving it a good look over the other day, and after a couple of solid months of nearly daily use, the wheels are still okay. This felt strip isn't coming off. These corners, which I have caught a few times, have been fine. They've not come out. It's been really good. The inner hose hasn't snapped. The only real thing I'm starting to notice, look, is the white Chinese cheap plastic of death. It's starting on this pivot, obviously, where it sits and does that the whole time. How long will it last? I don't know. It's probably going to be okay. It will be fine. We shall take the brush roll out because, yeah, there's a few bits of hair on it. This is not an anti-hair wrap brush roll, but that's fine. And actually, my filthy floor, look, the ends of the brushes are getting quite disgusting. I mean, problem is, the kids have started to go out this month. The weather's picked right up, and it's been a bit wet. So this has probably been on that black road where the kids have been stampeding in and out of the house because we don't care about this. They can get that as muddy as they want. So I'd imagine that's where it came from. We're not going to do it right now, but a good wash of the brush roll will be enough. In fact, we might do this in a second. All I'm doing here is a bit of glass cleaner on a rag to get the dirt out. Again, unlike the competition, you can get right in here and clean this clear window, which you have to do really. These vacuums that use it are always a bit grim if you don't clean them out. So there we go. Look, that is now spotless again. But we can probably give this a wipe down and I'll probably get rid of most of that. Yeah, there we go. That's not going to take very long at all, so I'll give it a wash another day. It's fine for now, but we shall do it anon. How is the little bearing doing? Ooh, very good. Not seized up. No white plastic in there. That's very good indeed. Bit of schmutz on the end of there. Marvellous. Yeah, it's been absolutely fine. It's been on offer quite a lot. I've seen it as low as 80 quid. I've seen it as high as 160. I don't quite know what Collado's ideal selling point is. I think they just chuck it on offer every now and again. So if you buy it on offer, you're not going to be disappointed. If you buy it full price, it's okay, but could be better. We can take the battery out, which I have sort of been doing to charge. It does fall a bit. It has fallen several times. Look, you can see there that the battery has taken a little bit of a battering, as of a few bits around here, but it's taken it. It hasn't smashed like my V11 did when it hit the laminate, falling off of a chair that was only about yay high. Bless it. So that was good. If we take all of this out, yeah, you can see I've been using it quite a lot. That is full of grass and other such rubbish. So let's use the Hitachi. Spotless. How lovely. Give this all a nice wipe out. Again, unlike the competition that, you know, you can empty it, but all the fine dust sits right inside the machine. This seems fine. I mean, in there is where the motor actually is, and that is spotless. I've never seen that dirty, bar when, you know, dirt's knocked itself off of the filter when I've been emptying. Because, yeah, every time you empty it, tap out the filter, and it doesn't get too bad. You saw that wasn't horrendous, even just with a quick vacuum cleaner. So we'll give it all a nice wipe down. Can't take the bin off of this model, which is a bit of a shame. It's a bit nicer on the green note because you can wash the whole thing. Here we just got to wipe it down as best we can, which is still quite good. There we go. Lovely. All in there, a nice wipe out. Give the shroud a good clean. Yeah, the whole thing is now spotless. You haven't got dirt falling out of it every time you empty it. I'm also going to give this filter a wash because it's now been in there 2 months. Here is one that I have sat on the side since I washed it. And yeah, they get a bit bashed up when you wash them, but they're so cheap. I see these filters on like AliExpress for £1 a pair. I might have bought some. If they turn up, I'll let you know. So that can go in there. Click on that. We'll pop the battery back in. Yeah! Nothing wrong with that. We can still see through the wand. Yeah, look at that. Fabulous. It's a nice, budget-friendly, cordless vacuum. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Ready to pick up bits of grass, bits of millet, and whatever the heck else the kids and the birds drop. And yeah, well, this is going to be as usual because, well, we've had this 3 months now, 4 months. Going well. See if this will last a whole month. And yeah, I will have these two as my cleaning duo. The Collado for the quick whip rounds, the Hitachi for the more deeper cleans, and the tools. I do like having a nice hose with a nice crevice tool and dusting brush in order to do all of the bits and bobs. Yeah, the old cord reel isn't in its most sharpest condition, but I'm not flipping taking it all apart again to try and get a bit better. That will do. So, a machine from the 1980s, a machine from 2023, because we got it in early 2024. It wasn't manufactured then. I'm very happy with these. I mean, obviously that's not the main star of the show. That just gets looked at every month until it dies. This is the main star of the show. I'm looking forward to this. It's been a couple of months now since we've had an upright, isn't it? We had Spinny last month. No, it's not. We had an upright before. Fair enough. Another upright in a long line of uprights. But hey, they've got to be used. And with brush control, it's going to be a lot better than that flipping Hoover Pure Power that we had, where you couldn't turn the brush roll off and it was horrible. Much nicer indeed. So there we go. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoy. What vacuum are you going to use for May from your own collection, if you do such a thing? Do let me know down below. And until the next poll, and the next month, and the next time, I and this Hitachi and peanuts and butter will see you soon. Come on, look. Ignore the phone. Have some millet. Oh, come on, butter. Good girl. Yeah. Good girl. Come on, peanut. Yeah. Oh. Bless 'em. We are nearly halfway through another year of using a specific vacuum cleaner as my main daily for an entire month. And as we say goodbye to this lovely Hitachi CV50-D, we'll have a look at how it's coped, check the bag hasn't exploded or things haven't melted, I don't know, it's been absolutely fine. And then show you what I have chosen for June's vacuum and give the Collado and the Green Note a much needed cleaning because they are both quite filthy. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner and Hitachi chums. How are you today? If you picked this up in, I think, 1980, 1981, 1982, you would have been flipping impressed if you just got bored of, you know, your Hoover CV50-D and bought one of these. Oh my goodness, it is so good. It sticks down to the carpet but doesn't snowplow. It's fantastic on hard floors because you can turn the brush roll on and off, which would have been revelationary back in those days. And the tools, I mean, yeah, they're a bit separate, but this was the style back then. The turbo powered total systems probably would have just about come out at this point, and you know, bar a couple of other examples, this was still the norm, and I actually quite like it because again, you can finish off, plug that back in, and crack on. This doesn't take much to store. You can hang it on a hook, but when you do have it on, it is a fantastically powerful cylinder cleaner. Oh, I've just pulled a little bit of dirt out of the back there. So yeah, it's really good. I really, really like it. The tools have been excellent. I've been using this metal one because it's a bit taller than the plastic ones. But now that it's going to go, no, I say it's going to go back into storage. This already has a new home. I know exactly who it's going to. It's going to have a lovely life, and that will be that. So yeah, the small tools, I haven't really used that one. We've been going for the crevice tool, which is fine. This is the worst condition one that I have, and the dusting brush has got a fair bit of use, but its problem is that it hasn't got an inner really, so the airflow pulls the bristles in, and as you can see, it's absolutely filthy. So yeah, of its time, and again, I can see why these got absolutely destroyed with even moderate use. So yeah, very nice indeed. And I have to say, as good as this floor tool is, especially with peanut and butter, millet shells and feathers, it works if you hold it in a certain way, so it scoops it all in, and these brushes can come down the back. But then you do end up just doing that all the time. As soon as you start cleaning like that, it just flicks the dirt around. And I have to say, performs better with the main machine with the brush roll off. Probably putting it on lino, I think I get away with a lot having this laminate flooring, but yeah, just used it like this. It pulls the dirt in. It is one of those machines. Ever such good airflow, which was helped even further by having a HEPA flow bag fitted, and I haven't really checked this at all. Yeah, there's a little bit of fine dust, yeah, can't lie. This has cleaned up a fair few mild level Dyson refurbs, you know, average cordless Dyson that just dumps a load of plaster dust down. It's gone up this, and it would have been 1000% worse with a paper bag. So that's fine. Airflow hasn't really dropped at all either. Oh, this is a full old bag. Wow. I mean, I say full old bag, but if we unfold it, oh, we need that bit. That is the machine seal. We best keep that. Yeah. Oh, that is a chunky bag full of dirt. Excellent. Very nice indeed. Oh. Filter is, there's a few little bitty bits down there. But, you know, compared to, say, a Sharp or a Dyson after a month of use, that's fine. We'll leave that there. We might even give it a vacuum out with the next vacuum of the month. So, yeah, that's cool. We'll put that back on there for now. I do still have the original bag holder and stuff for this machine, but, so, we don't need it. It can have HEPA flow bags, the cheap, dirt cheap, horrible Miele bags. Absolutely perfect. Right. Let's check underneath. Actually, before we go underneath, Dyson never learned anything. Remember the DC01 had that problem where because the exhaust there went forward, it blew out people's fireplaces, you know, gas fireplaces, or scattered loads of ashes around from a normal fireplace. Well, this suffers from the same thing. The exhaust air comes out there and it sort of blows downwards. So if you turn the machine on upright, it blows everything out the way. So I have now got used to reclining it first so that the exhaust air blows up out the way, and then turning it on, and then all the dirt that I'm trying to clean up doesn't scatter. Again, with little feathers and empty seed shells, it is incredibly imperative that that happens. Right, I haven't really looked under here, so yeah, this brush rod is amazingly good. I really like it. It just clamps down and yeah, really good. And that makes sense why it was slightly better on hard floor. I've forgotten about this, although I can't really do it while the machine's not running, but there is a row of brushes here that will come up and down. It has to be running for the belt to go over the cam, which then raises this up. It doesn't work when it's off. I had slightly forgotten about that, although I now remember what a pain in the bum it is to get the two springs that sit there, and in fact one is poking out there, into place. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. I haven't smashed the base plate up, despite I think catching it on a loose tread a couple of times. Yeah, not bad at all. And yeah, I love this machine. It's really, 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 really good. If you see a Hitachi CV50-D on Facebook Marketplace or on eBay cheap, do pick one up. They are really, really good. But that's it. We've used it now. I've experienced it. I can now tell a tale that it's very good and have evidence of my own to back it up. Let's see what I've chosen to replace this for June. What I have chosen for June, because the polls were fun, we're going to keep doing them, but I want to move some of these on, and we've got to start using them. So it's time for the big brute. The Hitachi would have been probably quite a high-end vacuum cleaner in its day. Well, 6 or 7 years later, this would have come along, my Electrolux Turbomatic Z185e. And I haven't brought the turbo head down. We'll go and get that in a minute. Yeah, had this kicking around since I fully refurbished it, fully restored it. The filters are as good as brand new. That'll just be for the after video, and where I would have played with it a little bit before popping it out of the way to save space and to save it getting damaged. So yeah, here it is. We have some tools. We have the lovely Electrolux hose, single piece wand, brand floor tool, which will be very nice on the hard floor. Perhaps not so great on the carpet, but equally it might be alright. And the crevice tool. Don't have a radiator brush. We'll go and get the turbo brush, which I think is just upstairs, in a second. Do have one thing to do though, and this is, I knew this was on the cards. The hose end on this was broken. If you look, I have glued it. That is a split, but it's a glued up split. However, since doing that, obviously we had the bathroom trip, and I ended up with about 700 of these lovely things, and I don't really care that it's grey. It will be absolutely fine. I'm going to fit this bit of rubber to the hose end, and I've got to get it over that lip, but eventually I'll get it fitted, and then hopefully the hose can go on. Or not. It is actually the wrong size, although this one might also be the wrong size. I don't know. It fits. It stuffs in and twists. Do need to check. Ah, yes, it does have a bag. Ooh, we treated ourselves to a nice HEPA bag as well. About these. Comically small, that is, to the rest of the machine. But hey ho, it's fine. Tuck it up at the top, push it in, and plop that into place. And then hopefully it still runs. This wasn't actually my first choice, cannot lie. I had chosen another Electrolux cylinder, a more modern one. But the motor made a horrible rattly sound when I turned it on. So we should probably look at that at some point. We have a Micro Mark plug. Very nice, although the cable is sitting in a bit of a bend where it's been sat in storage. But never mind. Right, see if it explodes, which it shouldn't do, because it has two modern style capacitors in to replace the reefers. The turbo booster. There we go. a lot quieter than the Hitachi. I'll be honest, the Hitachi didn't have power adjustment either, but it didn't really need it. You got away with it all right. Yeah, oh, nice, powerful. Oh. But even though it holds its own over, smelled a little bit musty and motory. Hopefully that'll pass. Oh yeah, very pleasant indeed. And this is a very nice floor head. This isn't perhaps the best example of this stuff floor head, but it is very nice indeed. It does have a few airings, but it's done enough. Oh yes, very nice indeed. This is why I just like cylinders, and again it's a personal thing because it's my house. If we just wheel the ladies out the way, you're going to come out. Pop them over here. I can show you why, because look at the mess. And I mean something like this. I mean, bless them, Phoenix wasn't a messy bird compared to these two. There's just little bits. Oh, look, it's a feather. There's just bits everywhere, feathers everywhere, which I do keep. And yeah, lots of stuff like in here, look, where they flap their wings and it all blows in one direction. A nice cylinder though. Yeah, lovely. Especially with this floor head. Or we can take the floor head off, we can put the iconic Electrolux suction brush on, and do things like the skirting board. I need to put a new cover on this. Now that the birdies are getting a bit more active, I had all sorts of panelling and covers for the back of Phoenix's cage. Probably time to put all that back up, but not right now. So yeah, it's going to be absolutely lovely. It's also not going to be on its own because yes, we're still having a crack at the Collado as a sort of companion daily, I guess is the best way to say it. And it needs its monthly clean out because bless them, they're good, but yeah, you do need to sort them out monthly, which will fill the Electrolux up. We'll start with the Collado. I shall get the green notes in a minute. I think I've worked out for some reason that the green notes forehead, despite pretty much being identical, clamps itself down just a little bit more than this floor head does. It's not really noticeable, and on the hard floors it's fine, but yeah, it does happen. There's just a little bit of lint on there. That's not too bad. It's just Eva's hair, so we'll give that a vacuum off. Marvellous, that's all that needs. The dirt's mainly going to be in the machine because I don't use the floor head that often. I mean, I will push it around and then go to work, etc. But it's mainly used with the nozzle on, just to go around the desk and to get all of the bird stuff on. That is literally just a couple of days worth of, doing the sides here and there. And the table next to the bird cage. Yeah, look, it's just... It's just feathers, minute seed, and a little bit of dust. That is what this all is. So, let's get a nice close-up shot of the Electrolux devouring this on its lowest power setting. inside of there is still spotless. Look, you saw me take that out in one fell swoop. Much it, that's all she really needs. Bar me just swapping this out. I mean, I've just given that a vacuum off. I think I tapped it out once, and bar that I just dumped and carried on since we did it last month, and that is as filthy as it gets. However, in the name of, well, they give you 2 in the box, so why not? We'll take the washed and dried filter from last month. This is what we would have had in April. So yeah, April's filter, there's not a huge amount of difference, and my goodness, I've seen these for like £1 for 2 plus £4.80 posted on AliExpress. So, you know, you could have a filter a month and probably still be cheaper than buying even the most horriblest basic as Shark or Dyson V8. Yeah, very nice. Little dampy cloth, little wipe down inside of here. Little wipe down inside of here again. Unlike your Dyson, I mean, it is a bit primitive, you know, it's not going to be the same, but you can clean it thoroughly and put it back together in about 3 seconds. There is no hidden dirt in there now. It is now back to brand new condition. Very nice indeed. The same needs to be done to the Greenote GSC50, which again I was given along with the Colado. This comes apart almost a bit nicer though. Again, under there, absolutely spotless. You can pop the bottom down, but I like to come in from the top. This filter is slightly different. It has a nice mesh on it, so you know the actual chunky stuff falls off. And it does help, this filter. I think that's why this one sticks a bit more. I think it's just got a little bit more airflow, bless it. If they'd have given one of those little mesh things with that filter, it would be okay. Yeah, this is much of the same. Look, millet, feathers, grass, because Charlie tracked it all in the other day when they cut the grass out the front. And with another, not even wet, dampy cloth, that can go over there. We can wipe this out, we can wipe that down. We can take the spare filter that Greenote give you in the box as well, pop that in there, stick this in there, twist that back onto there, bottom in first, then top. And there you go. And yeah, if you notice, this one already had its crevice tool fitted, so I use this to just nibble around at things. And it doesn't really have its floor head used that much at all, although it has been used, so we'll take it out. Yeah, look at that. That's all the hair that there was. I'm not saying this is an anti-hair wrap vacuum, it isn't. My daughter just doesn't shed very much hair at all, and I keep mine short nowadays. So yeah, you don't need to worry too much. She's probably going to need a wash in a few weeks, or I need to clean the floors more with the Tinko 41S3. A little bit grubby, but equally we're coming out of spring. It's been very rainy, so I don't really care. And yeah, even things like the wheels, look, there's barely anywhere on them. If I used a Shark for 3 months, all of the coating on its wheels would be coming off. In fact, we've been using it for 6 months now, and yeah, look, barely any marks at all. You can just see where it rides along on my laminate. All these felty strips are doing well, not coming off. It's very hard to fault these at all. They are on par with, you know, sort of slightly above a V6, slightly below a V8, but for £100 quid. A V8 is still 300-ish quid Well, they are going on sale, but they're only going on sale because they're becoming obsolete. So, yeah, I don't know really. I do like these. I like them a lot. We use them a lot. And yeah, they're both now spotlessly clean and ready to go back into service, along with the Z380. And finally, before we wrap up, it's time to get what makes this basically boring cylinder cleaner, like all the rest of them were, into the Turbomatic. Yeah, my Electrolux Turbo Head. This is the second generation shell with bits of the first generation innards in it. I had to make this out too. So, yeah, we have... yeah! We obviously, you need a turbo boost. Right, still not doing an awful lot. Oh, no. We're not low, it just doesn't boost at all. Very early style of turbo head. We're on this carpet, it works alright. Oh, I think it works at the hard floor. Oh, there's this one's shot. Hopefully that fixes itself. Trying. Yeah, I'm not going to use this much, I'll be completely honest. Not when the green oak lets it. Yeah, feels like it's doing a lot more. And probably is. Oh, look at that technological advancement. Look, that turbo head was probably designed in the late 1970s, early 1980s. And then we have a cordless vacuum cleaner that was probably designed in 2010. 2011. How far we've come. Some might call it progress. I'm not quite sure I want to go that far with that particular analogy. But my menagerie for June is done. I look forward to pretty much mostly straight suction because, oh, bless it, this head is lovely. Even if this isn't the best example of this head, this mug doesn't really hold limbs and fluff. And I don't have much of it anyway, so I don't need anything really groovy. So, here we are, another one done. What did you use for the month of May? And what do you plan to use for the month of June? Let me know down below. But until the next video, all of these, and peanut and butter, we'll see you soon. You're going to be quiet now. You've been noisy the whole video. Yeah, there we go. Look, they compete with the noise. I bet if I turn the vacuum cleaner on... Yeah, come on, look. Here we go then, it's July and I'm going to take a long break in between filming these scenes with the fan on because, yeah, it's flipping hot. What's also been pretty hot has been the Electrolux Turbomatic Z380. Hot as in, oh, she is good, she is lovely. And hot because, yeah, it runs really hot. And I cannot deny, I think it has developed a slight new noise. Let me demonstrate that, see what you think. We'll see how she's been, check the bag hasn't ripped itself apart, and I'll explain how I completely cheated for the entire month. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? How's your month been? Been alright? Excellent. Mine's been a bit iffy. The car started playing up. That's a bit of a shame. This thing, well, it hasn't played up really. I'll get noise aside, we'll get onto that in a minute. It's been very nice. very nice indeed. If you take that off for a second and come on to that in a minute, they've got the length perfect with this. I mean, I've always quite liked the single one design, but they're a pain in the arse to post. I hate it specifically for that reason. But to use with this handle, again, this is quite key, otherwise it's a bit short. It's lovely, the perfect height. The only real problem I found with this handle is that the end is a little bit dinted. I mean, you can sort of see it on the top. In fact, it probably would sort itself out quite easily. Problem I found is that it's made it a bit hard to put into the dusting brush, and you've got to really force it in because it's just not quite round. Probably could have been tidied up, but again, it goes into the wand absolutely fine, and it goes into the crevice tool absolutely fine, which there was a big spider in the porch, and I gave that a little bit of a ramming up against the bricks. Oops. Took it absolutely fine. So yeah, this seal has been absolutely rock solid. I mean, look, you can tell because I have used this for the odd naughty clean-up. It's got a HEPA flow in it after all. Look, you can just see all the filth has just been battering all around there. But outside of that seal is spotless, which is a good sign. A good sign indeed. Let's start on here because, oh, did you drop your minute? Hang on. There you go. You should come out, really. Everybody would love to see you. This post-motor Electrolux micro filter isn't bad, actually. There's no dirt coming off there. I don't want to take it off because, as you can see, the airflow has started to do something, and there is quite a bit of carbon dust on there. I don't think this motor is 1000% happy. It's not bad. I don't think it's going to go wrong anytime soon, but yeah, we'll come on to that in a minute. Inside of here, though, I haven't really looked in here to see what it's like. Ooh, hello, that's a half full bag, I'd say. Oh, what are you doing? Get back in there. Yeah, that's a pretty decent bag. This thing has not lost any airflow at all. It has been fantastically good. Obviously, it was designed for, you know, A4 paper style paper bag, and is all the better for it. And this, which probably would have been destroyed by now if I'd have used it with a paper bag, is still spotless. Absolutely lovely, and in there is too. So that's good. That is excellent news. Oh, that's going to be a fiddle to put back. Oh, no, I've done it. That's going to be excellent news. So, oh, no, can we fit this bag? Yeah, back in there. Because, yeah, I want to turn it on and see if we can capture the slight noise that I think has happened. And it started about a week in, I think. I did notice it. Bit of a shame. If I just turn it on, it's not too bad, really. That. Hear that little weird noise on the wind down? I don't quite know what it is. It doesn't seem that bad. I'd imagine that the bearing is, you know, all the grease that I put in it is gone now, and it's still be better than it was. And when it's running, it's okay. You know. It's fine. It's just that. So that's a little bit of a shame. I mean, it is just, yeah, standard cylinder Electrolux motor. Possibly, well, crikey, I don't know. It probably is going to be the bigger size. There's two sizes. There's a wider size and then a slightly smaller size. I imagine it's the wider size, but I don't actually know. I've probably got pictures. But that's a little bit relevant because, oh, this could be for sale if you would like it. I don't particularly need to keep it. I need to get rid of some vacuums. So, hey, we're finished with it now, and it's lovely to have both of its suppressors replaced, and it's quite rare, I think. So, if you do want it, give me a shout, and I'm sure we can work something out if you're in the UK. If not, I'll put it on eBay and turn global shipping on, and we'll see what happens because, yeah, I need some space, as we all do. But obviously, I have cheated massively because I haven't used this too much. And when I have, it's been on hard floor mode only. That's because I remembered that we have this. And obviously, this is our battery-powered turbo head. And as you can see, I've used it a lot. And it's funny really, because this is slightly better on our floor than this floor tool is. So this has just ended up being fitted the whole month, which does transform this into a beast if you put a turbo head on it. I think they would have come with a turbo head in some country, I think. I'm sure there was a banking plate somewhere in here, or maybe that was the other model. Well, comment down below whether this was a Viking or whatever they were, Trident. All of the Electrolux brands, there must have been a power nozzle version of this, because it suits it perfectly. There's so much airflow, and this is a pretty good power head for what it is. So yeah, it was lovely. The irony isn't lost on me that this was probably better set up like this than the vacuum cleaner that you all voted for me to use in July. So let me cool down a little bit, and then we'll have a look at what we've got. The vacuum cleaner of the month, as voted for by you. Yay! We're finally getting to use the Electrolux Turbo 2. I've been waiting for this. That's sort of why I skewed this month's poll and just put two options, because I do want to use this. I've only really had experience with the older, 500 series of twin turbos, and they are very good. And I'd always sort of just written these off as modern trash, and they wouldn't be as good. But in the brief period that I've used this whilst refurbishing it, and afterwards, I think I almost prefer this. It's taller, the handle is nicer, it's far less creaky completely, the rear wheels are nicer, the whole base plate system's nicer, underneath the hose shouldn't split. It's just better. They obviously it should be. It's the last one they did. Everything before this was leading up to this moment. And it's not too faded either. I think it's starting to go a little bit cream, but not as bad as I have seen them. And yeah, it's just been sat around since it was refurbished, really. What's in here? Oh, there is a bag. Oh, look, it's a Miele U1 bag. Very nice. That is fairly clean. That'll just have whatever dirt I would have picked up from... Oh, pointless, isn't it? You can't see. That's just whatever dirt I'd have picked up post-refurb before it went up in the loft. I think that's going to be absolutely fine to use. And yeah, it's just an Electrolux twin turbo, really. Nothing more, nothing less. It has a moulded plug because it is of that era, although the nice style of moulded plug, not the modern, cheap, nasty ones. Like on my filming light, where the cable is breaking. And in theory, this should just run perfectly beautifully well. Yeah. I see. This thing also surprised me with its very excellent grooming action as well. Turn that off. When we first refurbished it, but I fear me leaving it sat for probably over a year now with this belt on, it stretched. I don't know if you could hear it, it was just stopping on the rug, and I remember this being quite good. So I think we'd better put a belt on it. In theory, we'll just undo these two screws. Come on. Flip that over there. Yeah, look, this in the hose is much nicer because, it isn't really short. So we can pop that out of the way. Remove this. Oh dear. I mean, it's leaving a few bits around. Maybe it should be fine. What is wrong with this belt? Oh, it's this, isn't it? Electrolux belt. Oh, it's so fiddly to get out because it's really tight to the edge of the belt guard, but I don't want to take the whole motor cover off. Shouldn't have to do that. There it is. Yeah, okay, well, that's a bit of a shame because that was probably a brand new genuine belt at some point, but it's just been sat at full stretch for ages. If you store your machines for more than a couple of months, I would highly recommend just popping the belt off because they do stretch, especially on these older single belt machines, especially like now when I'm just using a very cheap eBay special belt. There it is. and you know, it isn't going to last terribly long, which, yeah, bit of a shame. There you go. Bit of a shame, but again, what can you do? The more you use it, the less it will stretch. So yeah, I'm quietly confident that now I've gone to all this effort, we should be okay. Yeah, it's just where it's been sat in a hot loft at full stretch. Oh, it's Spinny. There we go. Make sure that rotates. Pop this back down. We'll do up the screws and then we'll try again. And hopefully now, if we flip it back over, turn the power back on, the brush roll shouldn't stall. There it is. This has got such a stiff brush roll on it. It's amazing. It's brand new brushes do now. They haven't got soft. Not even setting too much better. Fantastic, that's how I remember it. And of course, being a twin turbo, we still have this here, which some nowadays quite mediocre but still not bad airflow, because of course this thing isn't going to be great on the hard floor, I don't think. Let's see. Now we'll start off with the usual birdcage mess as we have normally, but if I just take this minute and you know, this is what it looks like after 5-10 minutes of the birds being on it. If I just come over here, move the cable so I don't destroy that, I think you want to be looking at the back of this machine more than the front. As bad as I was expecting. Indeed, it clamped itself down to the linoleum, which this is literally, we found it being thrown out on the way to school, just like our greatest vacuum bin find. I found this lovely bit of laminate flooring that was new because it had been fitted to the kitchen. It was an offcut, and it captures all the poopies that fall off the front of the cage, so I can scrub this, and I will scrub the finish off of the laminate. That's why that is there. But of course, we don't have to worry about only being able to use it like this, because we have the tools. Our optional tools, or maybe they would have just come with them at this point because they were end of line. I'm not too sure. Comment down below if you know, but I would imagine that these just got chucked in any which way. I wonder how they ever stopped chucking. Or do you reckon they just made a million of them? That's why they all got put on. That's why you see lots of boxes of tools without vacuum. So yeah, we have the tools. I'm probably going to be a bit sad and put this box somewhere out the way, because as much as it's held together with tape, and again, being from the mid-90s, it's just cheap trash. It's a box that holds the tools, so I don't want it to get destroyed in normal use. Yeah, we have our tools. Look, our Glider-esque upholstery tool with slide-on dusting brush, our nice Electrolux crevice tool, which they just used forever until the European influence came into British Electrolux, and they stopped with this lovely style and started with the stupid style that we saw on things like the Electrolux 4x4 and the what are they called? The Excellios. They all changed the tools, so yeah, this was only for this and the glider, but this crevice tool, God, it's been around the block a bit. Yeah, we have ourselves a hose. We can now above floor clean. Oh, yeah. isn't going to set the world on fire. Oh, blimey, I shouldn't hold that there. Look, it's pulling at the touch. Isn't going to set the world on fire, but we'll be fine for a little bit of light dusting. As we'll see in a minute when we go through the monthly cordless roundup, we don't really have a need for the tools. I will try and use them. For instance, we only have this one. However, I have gone into the stash and found a random one and a random floor tool because, yeah, blimey. I'll show you what the hose is doing in a second. Oh dear. Because, yeah, it might be good enough. Yeah. Wasn't too bad. Its biggest issue is that if I hold it too close to the machine, the hose, just out of shot, the hose kinks look like that. I mean, it's not too bad when you get going, but yeah, this is, I mean, I can see why many people didn't bother with the toolkit, and again, it's what makes me think they must have had so many surplus toolkits to the machines, if they ever bothered to do that in the first place, because yeah, there's, I don't know, should it have better airflow than that? I've had perkier twin turbos, but equally it seems okay. It's back together well enough, and you know, clamps itself down to the floor. There's some fluff there. Clamps itself down to the floor absolutely fine. So I think it's just going to be one of those things. That doesn't really matter because, as you know, I am tag teaming this with the Greenote GSC50, which has been, as usual so far, touch wood, pretty fantastic. He's been emptied quite a lot, so this is only sort of, can't see if it yet. This is only the last day or so's worth of dirt. Look, we can pop this on the floor like so. And the only reason I like this is that cleaning it is so easy. This shouldn't be too dirty, because I did this the other day, because it was a bit bad. So if we lift out all of this, you can see, yeah, look, that's like a week's worth of dirt, that is. That's as bad as it gets. And hey, well, we can, as is tradition, plug all of this back in. Oh, it's ever so convenient, isn't it? It isn't a faff at all on a really hot day. I think this has more airflow than that. Crikey, look blimey. Yeah, there we go. That can go on there. So I gave it a good old wash. I picked up probably something a bit naughty, even faffed around with a load of hair chalk. I went at it with this, so the filters all got a good old scrub. Why aren't you connected? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so the filters had a good scrub a while ago, so we're not too bad. Yeah, that feels about the same as that entire Electrolux. Oh dear. And look, the brush roll has some grass stuck to it. It's not an anti-hair wrap brush roll, but I'll be honest, having seen the state that, you know, a year-old Dyson and Shark will get itself into where the anti-hair wrap just rips the brush roll apart, I'll take doing this. Look, this is all we need to do. I'd say that'll probably do it. Tuck that down there. Clean that up. Not very difficult, isn't it? I honestly cannot be bothered to get the whole wipey coffee thing done. That is from the month. As you know, we did it last month. It's far too hot to do it this month. But that's how it starts. Every day, unless you're really careful. Comment down below if you've ever not had this happen. I mean, you know, the kids have walked in with wet shoes. And here it is. That's how it gets. But of course, as you know, we can clean it far more easily than any other cordless vacuum because you can get to it. So we're going to leave that. We'll see how bad it gets next month. Then, last but certainly not least, is the Greeno GCH01, the micro vacuum cleaner. And this has been ever so handy. I mean, look, it just gets used. The filter isn't too bad. Yeah, I definitely try not to use this for really fine powdery stuff because it may not coat too well. So get that up in the cream. Clean that. Clean this. And clean out in here. Now, I bake my own bread in a bread maker, so as it comes out and as we cut it, just bread goes everywhere. That is what I've been using this for. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but we're starting to get some pretty decent wear on this little tool. Charlie uses it all the time because he can pick it up, and I mean, if I just turn the camera, underneath my dining room table is actually his den. And the birds, bless them, their natural breeze and the door being open and blowing that way blows all that stuff into the corner. And he'll take this, he'll take the little Greeno, he'll go into the corner and he'll just give it a clean up and then put it back on the desk, which is where we keep the charger. So that works very well indeed. There we go. Yeah, that's all fine. So that's had its monthly service. What have we had this for now? 3 weeks. How are we getting on in 3 weeks? Well, this seal is okay, but it is, as I thought it might do, just scratching up the top of this corner. It's not a lot you can do about it. And I doubt anybody's really going to care, but the rubber seal seems fine. It's not falling out. Put the bin on. This made me chuckle just a little bit. So that is, I would call that unlocked. Then the arrow doesn't seem to line up with anything. That is closed and the arrows line up. But obviously to unlock it, you go away from the screen printing. I think those just need to be turned around. But again, you don't even look at it. You just twist it, dump it, put it back on, and you're done. So you can push the button. I push it twice, I'll be honest. It has more power. Bit of a shame this isn't a digital motor, but again, if it was, it probably wouldn't be 30 quid. Smash it onto setting 2. It lasts days. I mean, you only use it for a couple of minutes at a time. It lasts for days and days and days. You don't notice it. If you push it on twice hard enough, speed it up. And again, this has, to within my margin of error, as how I'm testing it now, pretty much the same airflow as that Electrolux. Isn't that funny? But unfortunately, neither of these are going to be anywhere near as good as the Electrolux will be on the carpet, because it won't be. And look, we can recreate like an old catalogue photo, you know, on the Hoovers, where the different nozzles would come in and be seen. Yeah, look at that. We have every eventuality. This for a quick fit round and probably more the hard floor, because it is very good. This head, it clamps down and it lets the dirt flee. It's perfect. This for everything above floor that isn't dusting, probably. And then this for the carpet. And I think we will do okay. So what do you think? Do you think you made the right choice for July? If you voted in my YouTube poll, do let me know. What do you think we should go for next month? Because I have to say, I want to start getting through these Electroluxes a bit and making some space. So I reckon we shall put the loser, which was the Z185e, against another contender next month. And we'll see how long it lasts before I just get sick and tired of not using the Z185e and overrule you and use it. Who knows? There is everything to play for. So until the next time, I thank you very much for watching and would love to hear your experiences of, well, using any of these machines, although probably more this, knowing my audience. And yeah, until the end of the month or the next video, I and this stuff we'll see you soon. We find ourselves crashing into August, and that means it's time to say goodbye to the Electrolux Turbo 2. See how it's done, see how well it's fared. I got coronavirus, so this is going to be a fun video to film. Although we've had worse, I'll take feeling like this any day over poor Felix and that hateful, horrible month. So it's going to be a better video, regardless of how I personally feel. Yeah, let's say goodbye to the Electrolux and say hello to what's, well, technically still an Electrolux. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? Hope you're feeling better than I am. Yes, this has been very nice indeed. Very nice indeed, if I caveat the fact that I haven't really used it on the laminate. You know, obviously Greenout sent us an entirely new cordless vacuum cleaner, so it's been excellent on the rugs, and I've taken it upstairs a fair bit too. You know, yeah, I just haven't then used it all around on the hard floor. So it has been used a lot on the carpet. Also seems to have got coffee spilled on it as well. Oops. Yeah, bar that, I mean, if we look at the brush roll, there's a little bit of lint on there. I mean, we're several decades before anti-hair wrap and all that fun stuff that you get now. So yeah, we will need to give that a nice little clean up, but bar that, all seems well. I can't imagine that the bag is going to be full. Although it is fairly packed in, and again, all the dirt seems to be down the side. So yeah, that's done remarkably well. And yeah, the filter is spotless, so way better than a legit, genuine paper bag anyway. I think we're going to say goodbye to this Miele bag, and I'll put a fresh bag in when we're done with this video. But yeah, it's been fine. It's spotless in there. The brush roll is really quite aggressive. Haven't used the tools that much though. In fact, as you can see, the crevice tool is just on the end of the wand, and that's all I've really used it for. I mean, it's mostly all I ever need anyway, because all the laminate, the dirt just goes to the edge of the room and I can grab it from there. I don't really dust with the machine too much. So there we go. I went and fetched a dirty, horrible, non-genuine paper bag, which can go in there nicely. Let's just check that that's going to open itself up. I mean, yeah, it is a very aggressive grooming machine. And in fact, it's got better flipping airflow now with that new bag than it did with that Miele bag. So that's a little bit annoying. I might have got on a bit better with it for the month. There we go. That's opened itself up nicely. Yeah, I think I do prefer this modern design to the older twin turbos. I mean, not to look at, they're not as pretty as the mustard yellow ones that they used to be, but functionally to use, I actually prefer it. I think it works. It's like the best of everything, and it is a solid, sturdy thing. So yeah, if you do ever see a Turbo 2 and fancy a little bit of Electrolux upright action, I would check the brush roll and maybe give it a go. Right, so that is the outgoing machine. What are we going to use for the month of August? The machine that you all chose from our poll is this Dirty Devil, or to give it its possible name, it's an Electrolux Contour. It's a contour clone. We are still going to be riding the Electrolux train of dirt picker. We're just got a little bit sideways for a bit. Yes, I think Mr. Tayyab gave me this many years ago. It's been refurbished, it's been in the loft, and now it is down.
that was fun. I had to sit down for a little while with that. Yeah, we have 1200 watts, so a lot more powerful than our Turbo 2. We have 4-stage filtration because yeah, this has, look, this filter here which I upgraded with probably a Miele filter. Oh, now it's all falling apart. Do we have to care? Oh, we do. Yeah. We'll do that in a minute. What I want to check is that it has a bag, which it does. We have ourselves a paper bag. Oh, I think, should we roll with a non-genuine single-walled paper bag? Oh no, sorry, double-walled, that is. I mean, obviously, we try and HEPA the heck out of everything, and I think you probably should as well. And that probably would just take a nice pneumatic straight on there. But I look at this, I've obviously turned it on because there is ever such a fine layer of dust on the inside of there. It's not that special anyway. I think we'll give it a go. We'll see how it rolls, and we can probably just airline it out at the end of August. Hopefully I'm feeling better on that day. So that's cool. We have ourselves a bag that will be handy for what we're trying to do here. We can use it, turn it around, and well, let's take the cable off first, because then we can get to the tools. It's going to have better tool suction than the Turbo 2. And actually, this non-stretch hose might actually be better because it won't pull the machine towards me. Obviously, I can't be more than this far away from it. But we have everything we should need. We have, well, a crevice tool. And that is about all I'm going to want. This could be okay. Obviously, hard floor performance is going to be where it falls down. Ah, yes. And the back handle is broken. I was going to find an Electrolux contour handle and see if that fitted. Comment down below if you have an Electrolux contour handle that I could possibly buy and see if that fits on there. Assuming it's the same, it is removable. I think the contour one is too. Right, let me get the filter back together and we'll plug it in and check how well it works.
Here we go then. Sounds like brand new. Nothing amiss with that at all. It's a bit skimmy. Oh dear. I mean, it got the dirt up. I think it's probably all it was ever meant to do. It makes a contour seem quite a deep cleaning machine. But yeah, it runs, it dries. Let's see how grim it's going to be on the hard floor. Given it seems quite skimmy anyway, we'll leave it on the short pile setting and see what happens. Yeah, that's definitely more of a carpet machine, although it's quite reasonable with the hose to use on the hard floors and the edges. But I think we won't be letting the Greeno's GSC 60 go very far away at all. Because I've had this about a week now, and well, it's the first of the month, it's time to have a look at how it's been. And it's been very nice. This floor head, I'm getting more used to it. It's just not quite as, it doesn't feel like it's biting in as much as the GSC 50 does. And yeah, I just picked up a little bit of fluff, and it doesn't quite get caught by the anti-hair things, although there isn't any general hair, so it might be doing a good job. I don't know. I haven't really been paying that much attention, and I've only had it about a week. But yeah, I don't know. It picks the bits up. It just doesn't feel like the other machines did. Inside of here, well, the inside of the motor is still very clean and tidy. I do find myself pushing on that battery release button with the bottom of my hand when I'm using it, but the battery hasn't fallen out. It is quite back heavy with this battery as well. It doesn't sit quite as well as the GSC 50 does, but again, I sit it in that little clip that I've got. It's fine. In here, post motor filter is still brand new, so the filtration before that point is obviously very good indeed. And yeah, if we have a look in here, yeah, there we go. Look, I can't, it'll just fall over because it's a little bit bottom heavy. In here, the filter gets a little bit dirtier than I would like, and I've emptied this a few times, tapped it out. We're going to wash that now because that is fairly dirty, although in here is full of dirt and dust. That's only a couple of days ago, so I empty it fairly frequently. I do use it every day. The battery life is fine. Just as a machine, nothing wrong with it at all. Let us clean it up with the Dirt Devil. Oh, didn't make that noise before. Okay, all that dirt, pretty much. I mean, if I did that again, that would be pretty much brand new. That's not bad. Okay, I like that again. It's a bit of a shame that they don't provide the little mesh outer filter that you get with the GSC 50. But I do have an idea, and that is this filter clean Bagless filter protector that we got for the twin chamber, and I'm wondering if it's going to be any good for this. So we're going to get the brand new filter, and yeah, that's not bad. Again, fair enough. You need a second machine to do it, but do that every couple of weeks, you will get on well. I sort of wish I'd done that before, but I was just tapping it out and trying to use it like a normal person. My only real concern is that this is going to be too big for this little filter, but we shall give it a go. So we line up how big we want it. We cut it about there. Oh, there we go. That big line there might do it. Terrible arts and crafts. Put that back in there. Ooh. Oh yeah, no, that's going to be almost no good at all. I mean, close, just like that, look. But I don't know if I've got to put this back into there. Oh, I should have done this before. Okay, it fits in there. I mean, I can sort of see why they didn't, because that's going to clog the airflow a little bit faster, because obviously all the dust is going to go straight onto this. But I can then brush it off and, flack that bit off and put it back on. I'm willing to give it a go. Equally, given how easily that vacuumed off, I might have just been a bit pointless doing that at all. But if you turn it on, there we go. I do wish the default suction setting was a little bit more powerful, and I just run it in its second mode, which is perfectly good, and yeah, works very well. And it has been my daily cordless very nicely for a week now, and I shall keep using it. So you'll probably get a full month now in, well, September it will be, when we change from the Dirt Devil. Give this a proper test. Yeah, I shall get this filter cleaned up and put to the side. And then last but certainly not least is the GCH01, the little tiny micro greeno, which has been so handy for many things. And again, you know, if you would just take it off, you brush that dirt off of that outer shroud for the things that you should be using this for, and you will be fine. But again, it has a little filter inside, and I think all it's going to need is a little vacuum. Yeah, no random crunch that time. Yeah, there we go. Clean that off, line up and put the shroud back on. And again, this sits on the desk, and it's just so handy for picking little bits up off the side. Even the kids grab it nowadays. It just gets used and lives on the desk, and just makes such a great little tool for £20 as well. Goes well with the greenos. Again, there are many times I will grab this rather than get this out and it's clever this tool off, because it's just a fair bit easier. So, yeah, there we go. Cordless is serviced, Dirt Devil sorted. I need to go and sit down for a bit now and recover before editing this video for your viewing pleasure on the 1st. So, what do you think of this month's ensemble? I mean, they're all decent machines, I guess. This is based off of a decent machine. The Green Notes, well, they've proven themselves so far. No complaints from my side on their build quality. What do you think? Let me know down below. And until the next video, when I'm hopefully feeling better, I and all of these will see you soon. September is upon us, and you join me just after I have gotten rid of my children after having them an entire week during half term. So that has actually meant that the Dirt Devil has seen a fair bit of use just in this last week alone, because obviously I had a week off work, so I've had time to move the furniture, to pull stuff out, and yeah, this has been actually pretty nice. Let's have a look at how it's coached and see what I have chosen, because I haven't done a poll this month, in case you hadn't noticed, so you don't know what we're going to do. It's almost a childhood vacuum now. So let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner and Dirt Devil chums. How are you today? Yes, this Electrolux Contour mutation has been pretty nice. I mean, as you saw from the intro, it has a self-reclining feature, which is so ahead of its time. I mean, you know, Dyson wouldn't come up with a Dyson, you have to put your foot down. This, you just push down on the rear wheels. I mean, it's probably not a feature it's supposed to have, but yeah, it's better than it being a bug. It's quite a nice height. It grooms all right. It's a bit loud, but it would have been a cheap machine. One of the vacuums that we had as a child was a JMB upright from Littlewoods, and it was pretty much one of these with the speed control there and in dark blue, and it was acceptable for the $49.99 that it cost. I found the hose actually quite nice. It's not a stretch hose, it is a solid, well, crush-proof hose. And I mean, bar the fact that it likes to fold itself back into its shape, which I can cope with because it will look better at least when it's in storage. That's years of being up in the loft, that is. It's great because the machine doesn't fall over. So I've had the wands out quite a lot. We've had the crevice tool out an awful lot, really. Haven't used the dusting brush much. Well, I've been using the micro green that we'll have to take a look at later and give a clean out. So yeah, you know, tools wise, it's been very nice. Obviously that is still broken. I haven't found a replacement for that yet, and most of the time I just loosely wound the cable up and hung it on there because it's only been a couple of days between using it. It was alright. It's been upstairs the last couple of days, which is why the cable was wrapped up well. So, haven't checked anything else. So, let's start with the filter. Ooh, what does the filter look like? And remember, we put a nice clean Miele filter in here, and ooh, that is spotless. Blimey. There we go, look, and don't forget that's only got a cheapy paper bag in it, and I have used it a bit to clean up after some refurbs here and there. So ooh, that's promising, isn't it? I wasn't expecting it to be that good. In here, well, to say that good, there is the fair bit of dust on the inside of the bag door, but maybe that means, I forgot, look, we put another one in there, so that'd be why this machine has excellent filtration. Let's take the bag off. And yeah, there's a nice chunk of dirt in the bottom of it. So it's not the most deepest cleaning machine, and I've only really been using it on the carpet and for, you know, extensive tool use. I've been using the green oats for the hard floor, so it's, you know, not bad. And again, it's because all the dirt is just plastered on the inside of the bag, but cheapy paper bag, it's done the usual. There is now, sadly, a little thin layer of dust down there. Look, you can see how much I've abused it because there's some very fine dust in there. That'll be from one of the last V6 refurbs that I did. So yeah, you know, I haven't been kind to it. I have used it pretty well, actually. And yeah, it's almost nostalgic. It ticks off needing an Electrolux Contour as well, so we don't have to faff around with one of those. The pre-motor filter, I mean, there we go. That's just done very well, really. Nothing more or less than me to say about that. And yeah, because we put a nice inner post-motor filter in, there is no dirt leakage at all. Right, let's have a look underneath. Now, underneath was looking quite good, really. There's a little bit of lint there, and yeah, we're not doing too bad. This is, again, the Electrolux Contour brush roll, and it's just bristly, really. It's fairly alright at picking the surface down. However, when I pick this machine up, there is something very loose in this side of the machine. So what we're going to have to do now is take the base plate off. With our screws removed, we can lift up the base plate. And everything seems okay. The belt's flipped. Look at that. Why is that belt flipped around like that? Oh my goodness, there's a... that's probably what it... Ooh. That would have made that straight. That would have been straight when I cleaned that up. Whoopsie daisy, that's a hairpin. Very careful. This is what it was. I can get it out. This should sit here, which then stops the belt from rubbing up against the side. So that is what would have been rattling around inside of there. Though it hadn't damaged anything. There's a lot of bits of rubber around, but I mean, I didn't notice. It didn't make it sound any worse than it already did. So I guess it's fine. I mean, we've seen this before, haven't we? Everything else seems okay. So I think we can just button it back up and move on to what I have chosen to use for September. So, September, my birthday this month. Isn't that exciting? So, I thought that I would use what I'm going to... Blimey, that's faded. What I sort of consider my childhood vacuum, as close to it as we can get anyway. The Electrolux Slimline, blimey, Z185e. Electronics, which, if you remember, and I hope it still works, we fitted a really nice motor to. So I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, as a child, we had the brown Slimline. So, you know, this is close enough. Brown electricity board special with a brown version, not even with a metal base plate. Look at that, of this floor head. So that's all the tools that are in that bag. This is actually better than I thought it was. That's handy. Okay, so I won't worry about that. Oh, doesn't have a hose end on it. We might be able to fix that, but the hose is here, so we need wands. I mean, I've already got another. Maybe I should just use this one. Maybe I should put myself through it. I had a nicer floor head over there, but who knows. And then, do we have a bag? We do. Ooh, and I did overflow it. Yay! Well done, Pastor. So, what have we got in here? We had the manual. Excellent. I won't leave it in there just because. And we have the original bag holder. So I'll pop those safely somewhere else. Yeah, that's excellent then. That is fully ready to use. All I need to do is to find a rubber. I've given up caring which of the 27 varieties of hose end rubber Electrolux ever did. But what I've learned is that it doesn't always matter because they usually just fit and seal that. Possibly not that one though, I don't know. We'll wait and see. We'll put some suction through it. So, we shall put the hose end on. I think this is the right hose end for this, especially looking at the manual. Obviously my one had the little brown stubby, literally just like this. If this hose end was on this machine, this was the 80s Electrolux cheap. It then morphed into the contour, which was then copied by Dirt Devil. And that is how it works. Whoa! Hello! Yeah! We did put a good motor in it. Marvellous. I mean, that had good airflow, but this is going to have much better airflow. I know, Birdie. Right, so that's... I had a bit bothered. We're going to check the home first. But yeah, as soon as it's turned on, nothing at all. So that works well. Right. Oh. Now, because this is the cheap, I mean, it is cheap. This would have been on, I think, £80, £90. Comment down below. I mean, it would have been whiter. Blimey, that's faded. We need to have some tools. Now, I have a nice butterfly tool, which will slip onto there. I think it probably would have had, yes, it would have had one of those. And this is probably the head it would have come with, because I presume that's the metal base plate there. It would have been black, but, you know, colour's not a problem at all. So, we're not going full premium, although it would have had metal wands. Blimey, I could cheat actually. I've got loads of those, we'll see. But, yeah, I used to use this as a kid. I remember when our brown wand snapped, we then only had one wand. And I have a black set, and I have, because I found it when I was finding the black set, a white set randomly. What machine would these have come with? Comment down below. White Electrolux ones, look, with the proper mouldings and everything. Very faded and very filthy. I might use these, because that way, you know, it matches the floor head more for them. Wow, that one's faded. There we go. So, yeah, this is, I mean, crevice tool aside, I can't bother to find one of those. And some metal wands, which I guess I could get, but these aren't, well, these are bad. But again, this is going to be a sort of surface cleaning vacuum anyway, which is fine. I've only got this rug and I can use the others for it. I did get this floor head out as well, because the problem with this floor head is it's just very skimmy. It was never a nice floor head, whereas this is actually a really nice floor head and actually sticks down to the carpet. So, even on its low power, this is actually quite nice to use. And it's brand new, so it's going to work. Oh yeah, oh, yeah, we're keeping this. Yeah, this is a really nice floor head, obviously from the Dolphin. This is, I mean, it's unbranded, but I think it's genuine. I think it's one of those distri parts, spares from the 90s and early 2000s. So there's that. I mean, there is also a third option, and that is our good friend, the turbo head that we got from Barton's, remember? We can now turn this cheapy vacuum cleaner into a powerhouse. On its lowest setting, it's still doing a good job, but if we stick it on high, it clamps down. And on a sort of mid-range setting, it's just about perfect, really. I mean, if this was ever an Azurus machine sold in America, it would have had a massive power hose and a floor head bigger than the machine. But here in the UK, we never got that. I mean, we could go full stupid and put the Vax head with it, but we don't need to. This head is always surprisingly good. Look, I still haven't really cleaned it from the last time. It came to sort of save the day on 12 vacuums in 12 months. But for 83% of everything that I'm going to want to do, this is going to be absolutely perfect. And yeah, looking forward to just having a nice cylinder vacuum to play with. Again, one that was around when I was a kid, although in a different form, although still for this generation, I do believe. And of course, it's not going to be alone. Oh no, I think it's time to get rid of the floor cleaning stuff for now and go and get the cordless vacuum cleaners that will be assisting it. Because yeah, we have the pile of Greenote to sort, and they've both been doing very well indeed. Bless their little hearts. The GSC60, it's still going, it's still perfectly decent. I mean, it's still got alright suction really for what it is, bless it. It's my main gripe with it, and it's only a small gripe, and again, it's probably these stupid rugs. I think we need to look for some deeper power rugs. This floor head takes a little bit to get bits up off of the floor. It's fine on the hard floor, it pulls everything straight in. I mean, it gets the bits up on here. If you stick the machine in max, it clamps down a bit. But as you know, I don't like having to stick a cordless machine in max. I like to mostly use it in its normal default setting. And I mean, sadly, this does suffer from what, I mean, the GSC40 did as well. And Tinko have done it as well with some of their machines, where the 3-speed actually makes the default less good, if that makes sense. Because I've been sticking it on setting 2 quite a lot. And setting 2's not bad, because setting 2 doesn't rinse the battery. If you stick it on setting 3, ready? I mean, you can use it there. Or there. There you go. I mean, the suction's really good. And again, if I'm only doing the rug, it doesn't matter if I rinse 10% and do it, I suppose. It's, you know, it's okay. It's just, my gripe is I just want to pull the trigger and go. And that go just has to have that little bit more airflow. I think it's only a software thing. They could probably sort it out. I used this the other day as well, like in anger properly, and it's not bad. It's a bit plasticky, I guess, but of course it can't be much softer, otherwise it wouldn't be much good. But yeah, it was very good because I could get underneath stuff, so that was very nice. The tools have been all right. Let's start with having a look at this floor head. which is faring quite well. And I have been cleaning up a few party poppers recently because the kids found a few on top of the cupboard, and the anti-hair wrap has been helping a bit, but I mean at the ends there is still quite a bit of Eva's hair. So we shall pop this up, and I did keep catching this a few times. I've had to sort of change the way in which I clean a few areas because I was nudging that and it would pop open, which, you know, isn't fully what you want, but equally it wasn't terrible either. Inside of here is very nice, not too bad. None of the little combs are broken, and you know it's had a bit of gravel up it because of it being tracked in from the garden. And all we're going to do is just give a little spray on a damp cloth, give it a wipe down, and look at that, brand new once more. Ew, again, that's where they're cutting the grass immediately outside my front door, and obviously the children play out there. So I cannot help that too much. We're going to just pick the worst of this off. That'll do. Just clean that up. And that's about all the floor head needs. You've got to line up the little tab, push that back on, push this in here, and yeah, your floor head is now pretty much back to out of the box. Yeah, it just skims a bit until you put it into a higher mode. But again, on the hard floor, it is really good. Right, let us push this button and twist this. But yeah, here is our motor. Sits under there, and it's very clean under there. If we take the post motor filter out, we can see that it too is still brand new looking. So, you know, as much as it's got a little pleated filter inside of it, which you do have to empty fairly regularly, this has to be done. I do it once a week and a half-ish, and it's probably due a little bit now. Yeah, there we go. That's about a week's worth of dust. And I don't quite know what you do without another vacuum cleaner, because it's just not quite in, oh yeah, look at that fine powder look. You see, I do use it. I do abuse these things. I'm giving them for free, but, and Green don't know this, it gets used. We're going to put this into 200 watts. 200 watts of Electrolux goodness, yeah. Here we go. It cleans up very well. Put it on max. We can see that it comes up very respectably indeed. It's probably going to need a wash soon, but I think we're going to leave it for now, because I do that every couple of weeks. If you didn't have another machine, it's probably going to be quite messy to just dunk it straight in water without, you know, a sort of clean beforehand. So yeah, that's about the only issue. Again, I do hope, Green, that you put a little mesh cover over this that you did with the GSC50, because that did help a lot. So, but then saying all of that, I mean, this is, again, I would have entered this a couple of days ago. I'm going to be doing it midweek, and that is the dirt that it has picked up. Oh look, there are feathers from butter, there's, yeah, bits of greenery, and it does a good job. It puts a bit on the filter, yeah, but, you know, like I always say, you can get to everything and clean it back to new. And then with this same, pretty dry now, cloth that we had earlier, we can give it a little wipe down, and that's going to be good enough. The shroud goes in first with a half twist, and then you can close the bottom. It has snapped the very bottom part of this clip. There's still enough clip left for it to be okay, but I'm not quite sure how long that's going to last, but I shall wait and see. I don't know how it happened either. I think it may have dropped itself, because it is quite back heavy with this battery, which is a bit of a shame. Again, the GSC50 did used to stand up very nicely. This will fall backwards unless the wand is right down. So, but I can normally clip it up, so it's not too bad. And with that, we have ourselves ready for a couple of weeks worth of use. So I do like to clean them more regularly, A, because, well, you know this channel, of course we will. But B, because you sort of need to. They're just, you need to keep on top of it, otherwise it will let you down. Keep on top of it, it's going very well indeed. Ready for another month. This little handy thing is still being very, very handy. I use it in the kitchen an awful lot, to the point that, look, you can see the wear starting on this little plastic end piece. Yeah, well, you use this an awful lot. The kids use it, I use it, and again, it's got this shroud on it. So in here, it is a little bit grubby, but it isn't an awful lot of dust. Cool. I'm not going to bother washing that yet. Like I say, you get dual filters with all of these, so again, you can give them all a nice wash, but that's not ready to wash yet, because like I say, you don't use this for big stuff. I have cleaned the stairs with it. It does all right, but it's not you're not going to pack this so full of dirt that filter is going to get stained. Again, this sits on the desk. This is used when, you've got crumbs, or I've made bread in the kitchen. I mean, now, after this video, I'm going to take this into the kitchen and put it onto max and just clean all around the side. But even on minimum, it does the job, especially on a hard surface. I can't wait for a couple of generations' time when they can put a digital motor in something this size and for this price, because this was £20 and it's very nice. Obviously, green note provided both of these, but obviously we're going to put them through their absolute paces, and I mean, they've proved me very well so far from the previous green notes. And coupled with this Electrolux, the 80s to 2020s, all in one swoop, it's going to be a good cleaning team, I think. I don't think you should own one of these unless you've got a really small house, which again, in where these are made, is a bit okay. I'm in the UK, so my use case is probably a bit different, and they're coping very well. But coupled with a nice cord egg vacuum cleaner, bagged as well, you can keep everything running smoothly, probably forever. If I just said £3,000 and you come to my house, you can take every vacuum cleaner, bar these three here. I don't think I would really miss anything else that much. This would do all we need, I think. We'll find out at the end of the month. So what do you think? Which of these three would you have? Comment down below. But until the next video, I and this cleaning trio will see you soon. The months are just flying by this year, aren't they? It's already October. And, well, spoiler alert, I am incredibly busy this last week of the month, so I am filming this perhaps a couple of days earlier. And if the results of the poll change between today and the 1st, well, we're going to have to deal with that, because here we go. So let's say goodbye to the Electrolux Z185, which, I'll be honest, is probably all the flipping vacuum cleaner I need for this small little place. And then let's see what massive, humongous, premium machine you've chosen for me to lug around in October. Let's have a look. Yes, good evening, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? Yes, this has been pretty much beautiful in every single way. It's an Electrolux cylinder. Of course it will be. It has excellent airflow for such a small, compact machine. Obviously, it still has a full-size motor in the back. And yeah, everything has mostly been hunky-dory. I did go and find a single-piece one because I had one. I was tidying up in the cupboard about a week after filming. And those two plastic ones, they're just too tall with this handle. You need the right handle for the right ones. This, with the one piece, is a good size. This, with those two plastic bits, it was the hose pretty much wasn't long enough. So yeah, glad we found that. The dusting brush has been excellent. Just sat on here. That's a really nice place to put it. You have to take it off to, you know, make this a bit thinner and go into other places. And I haven't really used the crevice tool. I've just either put the end of the wand on and just done around the edges, or this floor head just pulls the dirt in from the edges, especially with this thing on, you know, 600 to 800 watts. It's got such good airflow, it just pulls it in. You can do the edges just by doing the edges. The main problem has been with this floor tool, as nice as it is, it's a little bit stiff. It's currently in its brushes mode at the minute. Ow! And I have to pretty much manipulate this lever in order to get it to change. It changes very smoothly. But, oh, ow. You can't just push down. You have to, you know, manipulate the whole lever. Now, something's not quite right in there, but once it has changed, it's really good. So I just do the carpets first and then change it once, and I've got more hard floor than carpet. So I do that, and it's been fine. Again, it's better than the single flippy floor tool that it should have had, which I guess maybe I should have used in order to do this properly. The next bugbear has been this hose end. This still isn't the correct rubber for the hose, and it's already starting to perish a bit because when it's fitted properly, it's really squeezed against there. I think I need the type that is just a single layer, because yeah, that is quite squeezed. It locks it in nice and tight, does the job, but yeah, isn't correct. Whether this isn't the right hose for us, although I think it is, of this era, or again, very more likely this isn't the right rubber for this hose, but it does the job, it works well. Let's see how the bag has coped. Now this has been blessed with a Hecker flow bag, which has mostly, I think, stayed on, although I can see bits everywhere, so maybe whether this isn't a completely decent fit into there, although I have been hammering it. Yeah, there are quite a few little bits in there. I mean, I guess, there we go, that's mostly cleaned out already. Yeah, I have been using this a lot. This bag is very, very full. I mean, it could be fuller, but it is certainly quite chock-a-block. And yeah, it's coped pretty well. The filter, there's a few bits on it, but isn't filthy. Nothing's been coming out of the sides on here. It's done a very good job. It's awful when you run over the own cable, because the cable just seems to drag behind the rear wheels at that point there. That's a bit of a pain in the bum. And on this particular model, the cable is a bit short. I think they all are, because it literally is this part here. On a normal Slimline, this bit is slimmer, because it doesn't have to have literally a cable reel going in there. So it's quite short. And it works fairly well until you get to the very end. And I thought I'd sort of tweaked all this out. But you can push it in, and because the only way it's retained is by that sprung button just clamping against the cable, it holds itself in all right. I guess it's about as good as it's ever going to get. And yeah, I quite like it. I say, for my little 2-bedroom terrace house, which is pretty much what these were designed for and made for, this is perfect. I use it on about 600 watts most of the time. Absolutely plenty. Just sits there, hums along, plenty of airflow, all right size bags. Yeah, I think I see why these are very popular. Like I say, my mum had one when I was a kid. So that is what we used for September. Let's have a complete flip around and replace this little dinky tiny vacuum with a massive one. Our floor care machine of choice for the month of October is the Lux Z1 Royal, the cream of the crop when it came out, the toppish of the line. I don't think it was their toppish premium model, but it was certainly high up there. Mine's quite dusty. Yeah, bit of it's not actually much more bigger than I thought. It's only this little top bit, and even then, when you put them side by side, it's a little bit bigger, but yeah, by the time you open that up, there's not much in it. Yeah, oh good, it has got a bag. That was a question that I had. Yeah, we're going from, again, this wasn't the most cheapest, budgetest Slimline they ever did anyway. In fact, being the electronic model, it would have been the top of the range one, so it might have cost £100, £120. I don't know. I don't know how much these cost, but a good couple of £100 would be my guess. Yeah, we restored this one, we refurbished it, gave it a complete clean-up and a new lease of life. So hopefully, yeah, this one can work humming along on low or on max power. One button. It's quite quiet as well, so that's going to be alright. The only real problem, I guess, pain, I don't know what to think about this, is going to be its tools. Because yeah, we have a lot of tools with this, don't we? Here is our one-piece one, look just like the Slimline. One-piece one. Then we have this monstrosity of a hose, humongous hose, with the power cable fitted, which is quite nice. Although that one needs to go out there. Yes, we obviously have our electronic hose. I'm going to try and use that a little bit this month. I put the battery head away for that because I forgot why I had it out in the first place and then put it away. And now it's buried. So, oh yeah. Okay, that makes this look quite meaty. This is about the power that has on max. So that's going to be quite cool. That's going to be very nice and powerful. And then we should have, our nice turbo head, which again, I'm going to try and get some use out of, but because I can't turn the flipping head off, there's our fly lead, I'm going to have to keep taking it on and off. Or, you know, how many days would it be before I just give up and use the automatic floor head that it comes with? What are the other tools? Right, we can put our dusting brush onto our hose, again, just like this Electrolux. Grab this tool from there. Small turbo head. I mean, I might do the stairs with it. Can't do a leather sofa with it. Don't have any animals. The budgies don't make enough of a mess that I need to have it out. Right, this can go there. And you see, this is going to be set and leave, I think, I can foresee. And then we should be able to pop this down. I need to go grab a load more of these clips, but I have a lot of them. So I can do that. We'll put you there. And then that should just plug into there. Oh, yeah, short hose as well. Oh yeah. And it runs. I don't think it ever did set the world on fire. It's not like the older Luxes with the massive power hose. So it's good. I don't hate it. Does a better job than doing that. And if we now compare that to the automatic head, which I think is going to do a very good job. Oh yeah, and again, because the brush has just skimmed the carpet, oh, this hose is horribly short. Because the brush has skimmed the carpet, wall. Let's test it out on the hard floor. It's much nicer on the laminate, where it doesn't touch this down. Put it on low. Oh yeah, look, that's plenty there. Doesn't stick the head down to this linoleum at all. Yeah, that's going to be it. Because I'm probably going to use this head more as an all-rounder. Maybe fit the turbo head for special occasions. Do upstairs things and whatnot. But yeah, works pretty well indeed. So, that is our main corded machine. What about our main cordless machines? Well, I'm currently still rocking the 2 green notes, and I will spoiler alert you now, I had to give this a really big clean out the other week because I cleaned up after taking apart an Electrolux 504 and made it rather messy. So we'll see how well that has come up. But I am noticing that there are a fair few bits of lint wrapped around our brush rod. Ooh, we have a clog as well. I hadn't noticed that. It's only a little light one. Yeah, these little groom things, you know, the comb stuff, it isn't really getting any of this off. This is all either carpet fibre or my daughter's hair, probably my hair now. It's getting quite long. So, yeah, we'll give that a clean out. I think this might also be the month that I give this brush roll a good wash, because again, now that the weather's turning, that is getting grim as anything. Right, let's clean out this head. There we go, that'll do. I'll pop this back in there for now. Oh, I won't. Look at that, it pushes straight through. There we go, we'll leave that there. Yeah, I want to give that a wash. This bit won't be terrible, although this is the state of the filter it is now in, and that is after a good vacuum off, although I have used it a couple of times since then. There we go. Yeah, you can sort of see the remnants of how grim it has been in there. But I'm not really feeling a full-on wash and brush up on this. We're just going to pop that filter there in the to wash pile as well. Then we have the little handy-dandy micro green note, which, yeah, is getting quite full. Could probably do with its own little washout, I guess. I'm using it in the kitchen quite a lot. But it's not too bad. We can clean its filter off. And this one doesn't need its filter washing because it doesn't get used for anything quite as disgusting as I have used that one for. So this is done. It's wearing quite well considering how much we use it. The button isn't wearing down. This isn't wearing thin yet. This is getting quite scraped up, but you know, it gets used an awful lot. And this won't be out of action for too much longer either. Because as much as I've got to wash that brush roll up and dry it, we can fit the spare filter. Which means that once that's washed up, I can use the other tools. Been spider season here recently, so this has been used a lot for spiders. This back filter, yeah, still spotless. And yeah, I've picked up a lot of rusty, fine, gritty, horrible dust with this because it was a freebie. I'm not saying you should do it, but because it was gifted to me for review, I feel that I can, and I can then say to you, yeah, it's coping pretty well with it. It does all right. This hose hasn't split yet. It's all right. The rubber coating on the wheels is... See, it's starting now. But again, it gets run around a lot of hard floors. So, yeah, I wonder if the wheels are going to be the first thing to perhaps cause issues. Yeah, and there's a bit grim as well. But, you know what? I don't think I care this month. I think at the end of this, it's raining very hard, so it's going to get disgustingly filthy. We may as well wait until it isn't. And now I'm getting used to its little, you know, things, like you've got to be very careful standing it upright because it does like to tip backwards, especially with low brush rolling. And the fact that my hand keeps pushing on the battery button when I use it, but the battery doesn't come off, I think it's okay. Now I'm used to all of those, I'm getting on with it a lot better. And obviously this is fantastic. And this Electrolux should be awesome too, especially for the big cleaners. But I find myself doing, this gets shoved around every time, and then I will go around with this really well a couple of times a week. And that seems to work itself out. So, we have an incredibly expensive European cylinder vacuum cleaner and two very reasonably priced but Chinese cordless vacuum cleaners. What a decent pairing. I think we should do nothing more than this, although that is going to now go to a lovely new home, hopefully. So, there we go. All changed for October. Are you changing your vacuum cleaner this month? Do let me know down below what you have chosen. But until the next exciting suction cleaning related video, I and this stuff will see you soon. It is November already, crikey, only a month or two until the dreaded C word comes around. But it is time to say goodbye to this behemoth of a vacuum cleaner. What's the words that don't describe this? Agile, you know, easy to use. There's a lot of things that I don't actually like about this vacuum cleaner. There's a lot that I do though, and it's time to see how it has coped being used daily for the first time in many years. Let's have a look. Yes, hello, my vacuum cleaner chums. How are you today? Yes, this machine is meant for bigger houses than mine. It's almost the wrong size and shape for my house. It suffers from the same issue that, you know, the Electrolux 345, 330, etc. does, in that if I'm in the hallway, I physically cannot turn it. It gets caught, and I have to manoeuvre the machine about. This hose, I've had a lot of people comment about this hose, both on the YouTube video and the collectors Facebook group, sort of people who owned this machine knew, and they all have the same complaint. This hose is so inflexible, it's almost not funny. I mean, it's coped well, it hasn't got any worse, you know, it's always been a little bit iffy, and it stayed fine. But I mean, when you have the wand on the hose, and for example, try to use this parking bracket, you know, you can dock the floor tool, but the whole weight of the hose just pulls it straight back out again, which, you know, won't do it much good at all. And I just haven't docked the hose on the wand on the machine at all, because, you know, it's quite a faff. Bar that, it's been physically okay. This has been a little bit of a pain. Again, when it's really high, the hose, it turns itself into a Dyson cylinder. The hose just isn't long enough. So I've had to use it, you know, quite down, which then makes it a bit short. It's a bit of a compromise, really. This dusting brush is lovely. And as you can see, I've used it quite a lot. Nothing wrong with that one. Even this bit, where it's got the lint strips, makes it very nice to use on the stairs. And the crevice tool, because I have used that too. The floor head, this has been how I have mostly used this. We'll come on to that later because there is an annoying problem with the other tool. And yeah, you can see it's already starting to fill back up with fluff. I haven't used the automatic mode too much. I've either flipped it to the brushes or to the carpet mode because it just glides a bit better, doesn't clog up these brushes with fluff too much. And again, it's a nice head. It pulls the dirt in. This machine has some very good airflow indeed. I've used it on auto most of the time, mainly because this machine starts off high and then gets lower if you block up the suction, unlike things like Miele, where it starts off low and ramps up. So I found that putting into max it was on max already from just using the floor tool and the tools. You know, auto and max are almost the same unless you block up the airflow. Then it drops down, or there is minimum, which again is still more than enough. The flex, well, I've noticed this with a lot of 2-core flex before. See how twisted up it is? It's just done that. I can't untwist it, and I've noticed this happens a lot on Electroluxes with this with this dual core thin cable. You know, the round ones get away with it a bit more. This one, not quite so much, but you know, it does the job. Because the cord reel and the motor assembly, the way it's fitted, the way it all works, is the same as the Electrolux Excelio. This must all be from the same generation. So that's pretty cool. Let's have a look at how it's coped. Here is the post motor filter. Brand new this was. We ignore the fact that it's broken. I did that by accident way before I fitted it to this machine, because again it's the same size as the Excelio. And when I did Mr. James's, I grabbed this first and went, oh, it doesn't fit. Cut that off. Still didn't fit, and then I realised, luckily, it still fits the machine and clicks into place very nicely. Because the exhaust air comes up, it doesn't actually blow the dirt around. It works very well. If we just quickly turn the machine on, I can show you just how much lovely airflow it still has. There you go, and it goes down. And then you let go. It's effectively in max. If we go to max, or no, if we go to min, yeah, it's the same as on auto. Fairly interesting, and almost makes it a bit pointless for normal vacuum. Let's see how the bag has done, because I left the paper bag in. Paper bag is all I have. And yeah, it's worked fairly well, really. There is no way to seal these bags up, so I have to leave it like that. And yeah, there is a fair bit of dirt in these admittedly tiny bags, but you know, you could go months without having to change it with that. And we can then take a look at the pre-motor filter, which again, there's a lot of hot glue on this. That wasn't me. This is how it came. Yeah, spotless. Absolutely spotless. So, you know, regardless of the fact that I've been using this to clean out, you know, other vacuums a little bit and the cordlesses, there is a little bit of fine dust everywhere in there. But yeah, it's not bad at all. We'll pop that back in there and open this, because that was the only and last bag that I had for this. And in the UK on eBay, you can only really get them from Germany. And they had HEPA flowy type bags, but they were very expensive. These cost me nearly £15 delivered, obviously delivery being quite a large amount. And yeah, they're pretty much the same as this sort of papery bags. I think they're dual walled. I don't think they're single walled. But yeah, I needed new bags because I would quite like to sell this. And I'd quite like to sell this, although we need to open this up a little bit more. And yeah, obviously I can't sell it with a half full bag and no spares. You're going to go in? Yeah. That's annoying. The rubber is pushing back in and shoving the whole bag in. That's That's mildly annoying. Shall we pop you on here first? At least it's a nice big rubber seal, but that's very annoying. Come on, you get on there. I think that's fine. No, it's not fine. Oh my goodness. What? No, it is fine. There's like a dual layer of this flipping seal. Oh, I don't know if you can. Yeah, look, you can see it going on there. That's no good, is it? Let's try one of these other bags. I don't think these are genuine. I think that is causing a bit of a problem because this seal is massive. And it's now very hard to get it onto here. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, look, there we go. So I've just wasted £1 worth of bag. Tell you what we'll do. We'll pop this back in the packet and somebody else can deal with it. Whoever that is, I don't know. Right, are you happy now? Yes, there we go. Marvellous. So yeah, as a straight suction machine, this has been absolutely fantastic. The only real problem is this. I haven't used it that much, to be honest. I went to use it the other day and realised that it has a problem. It sounds awful. And what it was doing, I don't know if I can make it do it now. It has done it. As soon as you put it down, the brush roll stops spinning. Which is obviously a massive problem for this power head, which is what makes this machine almost quite nice, even though it's not a great power head. And this was causing issues before. So I think while we're here, we're going to just take the screws out and just see if there's anything obvious that we can fix. With the screws removed, this lid should pop off and reveal the problem. I don't know if it's going to be the belt. I don't think it is the belt. The belt seems very tight indeed. Let's plug it back in. We don't even need to plug it into the suction. Yeah. That motor is not happy at all. Take these two screws out. We can see the motor itself. What's your problem? If we take this off, which is almost the linking part between the two, we can plug it back in. Oh dear, what is going on with our motor? Take it out. I don't quite know. It's got enough turn on it. We may be able to give it a little bit more of a going over. I think I'm just going to pop the carbon brushes out and see if that perks it up a little bit. No, nothing too untoward there. I think this was the most heavily used part of the machine before. We just try and get a little bit of oil in here. Maybe it'll perk itself up a bit, so we'll put some in there. We'll stick some down here in this front bearing. I can reach it, there we possibly go. And yeah, oh dear, that's about all I can do with it. He's not a happy monkey. Let's pop this back. Which way did it go? There. not touch anything else. Let's see if this did it. Yeah. Oh dear, yeah, so this is why I haven't used it too much. It just doesn't work. It needs a new motor, sadly, in the head, which again is probably going to be an issue for the next owner, because I don't particularly want to keep this much anymore. I've used it, I've experienced it. It's massive and unwieldy, especially for my house. So I think we're just going to pop this back together, because I can't even lift it without it falling apart, and call that that. The only other annoyance, which I guess you picked up on by now, is that the power button needs a bit of a good shove in a specific way. Otherwise it doesn't work. It works fine-ish when you do it with your foot. You must be giving it enough chunk. But yeah, otherwise it doesn't. Again, that's connected straight to the switch, so I guess all of this is just going a little bit iffy. Yeah, the whole thing's coming off. Oh, blimey. There we go. Yeah, the whole thing is, it feels really premium, but it's just not, I don't think. It's, you know, the last in the line of this sort of a luxe that we never really got in the UK. We missed all the nice American ones that you guys all had. We got this, and I just don't think this is very good. It'll probably be fine if you had a massive house where it could run for hours and hours and hours, but I don't, and it has been a little bit of a faff. So, we're going to, I'm going to put all this together. We're going to say goodbye to this and work out what I have chosen for the month of November, because there wasn't a poll, if you noticed. No, I've chosen this month. The vacuum cleaner that I have chosen to use for November is the Riccar RC 1400, or to give it its proper title, the Daewoo RC 705e. Yes, I got this down a couple of months ago to re-glue up the broken wheel, because it did break. And it's been down ever since. It lost the vote last month to the Electrolux. But I really want to use it. I've wanted to use it for ages, because this is almost the better machine for my house. It is a tiny little micro vacuum. Look, it's got its two tools sat in there. Very nice. Of course, Mr. Scott sent me the missing parts from America. All I had was the hose. So we now have the nice wand. We have the floor head, which I'm hoping is going to be nice. I mean, you know, it's probably not going to deep clean, but on the hard floor, it should be very cool indeed. And we have the bag holder, so we can fit our, again, little tiny bag. Probably going to open up to be about the same size as that one. Yeah, we've got our little bag, and yeah, it's ready to go. I think it's going to almost be nicer to use than the Electrolux. Let's see. Cord rewind makes a bit of a weird sound. Or we have our British-made plug that I fitted. SA. Oh no, that's just safety assured. Who knows what plug this is? Let me know. Who makes this one? But if we plug it in, well, it won't do anything because there is no power button on the machine. We have a cord rewind, but on this machine, it is the hose, which is immensely important because all the controls are on the hose. So if we plug it in and slide the slider, and that's a minimum. This machine is really, really powerful. That dusting brush is very, very stiff. I mean, it sounds pretty good considering, if I recall, when I got given this by somebody from a car forum, oddly enough. It was full of broken glass and hadn't got a bag, and I think that's the remains of that making that noise on the motor. And I'm hoping it's not going to get any worse. You know, I'm hoping that's going to be all it does. Because it cleans really well. There's a lot of airflow, but yeah, this forehead is quite skinny. Is I think the word that I'm looking for. Oh, it's come over here. Oh, it's so light to pull around. I hope the wheel lasts. Oh yes, very nice indeed. We don't have a parking bracket because I was missing it from the one. But again, you know, I got so used to not parking the Electrolux, it almost doesn't matter. Let's see what it's like on the hard floor by giving around the bird cage a good clean. Not too bad, because I had it all out the other day, because it was very bad. I've been incredibly busy and out quite a lot this month. So yeah, it's been left to build up. And I'm hoping that this forehead isn't going to be too grippy on this laminate liner. And it's not! Oh, yeah. There's no snow ploughing, it pulls the dirt straight in. Oh, very pleasant. Yeah, that's working really, really well. If we just pull the bird cage around a little bit to the back, which always gets covered in little tiny feathers. Phoenix never dropped this many. He was just big flight feathers. But, you know, this dusting brush is actually perfect because it's thick. What do you think, girls? Do you not like it? They came straight in. The left there with the heart. Oh, do you not like it? I know, you think you'd be used to it by now, wouldn't you? Yeah. But you're not. So, what can we do? Birdcage is now a little bit cleaner. So, that's the corded one taken care of. Time to give the cordlesses their monthly service. And I don't know, I'm a little bit tempted. We've had the Green Oaks GSC50 out for many months now. Many months indeed. I think I fancy a change next year. Comment below on what cordless we should get out now. A little bit of me's tempted to put all of these stick backs away and give the MBV 190NX a bit more love. But, you know, who knows? We shall see. Yeah, this thing, I don't know really, it's never been quite as nice as the GSC40, in my opinion. It's coped, it's surviving pretty well. I mean, the wheels are starting to wear a little bit more, bless them. And, yeah, the anti-hair wrap doesn't seem to be anti-hair wrapping as well as it perhaps could do, but you know, it's all okay. I'm not even going to clean under there. I have been using this perhaps a little bit naughtily for cleaning up after some refurbs, and I think I did clean it the other day, so it's not too bad. You know, it's just got whatever the dirt is that it picked up. I think it was a V6, the last one it had. So we'll give this a good clean up. keep going to the machine to turn it off, but of course you don't. There we are. I mean, it's simple to maintain. Did any of you buy one of these? If you did, what do you think of it? I mean, if you've never used a GSC40, you probably wouldn't know any different. There we go. Click. On it goes. Battery does last quite well. I don't use it in Max an awful lot. It does get the bits up okay without it. It's not a deep cleaner as such, but you know, it does an alright job. So yeah, I've rarely used it in Max. The battery seems to last quite well. There we go. Still quite like this. I don't seem to knock it open anywhere near as much as I used to. The inner hose still seems fine. I can't really show it to you, but it doesn't look torn. It looks okay. It's lasting all right, really. But yeah, I think I fancy a change. Let me know what I should do. Maybe we should get the pneumatic quick back out, since I can now buy all sorts of weird and wonderful tools for it, which I probably still never use, because this came with a massive bag of tools, if you remember, and I barely used any of them. So, yeah, what can you do? This, on the other hand, still gets used pretty regularly. Again, I gave it very empty the other day. I gave them all an empty the other day, so they're not too bad. This one I did drop from the side of the kitchen. It seems to have coped all right. It didn't half land with a bang, but it did its job. I still really like this. For the £20-ish that it costs, just for going around the side. I mean, it may as well stay in the kitchen. It sits on the kitchen or on the desk. And yeah, I do like this. I do like this a lot. I almost use this more than that, although that just gets wafted around the entire floor. So, yeah, for the month of November at least, these are my cordlesses. I think I'd like to keep this through December, because obviously we need to chuck a buttload of pine needles at it and see if it poos itself or copes well. So I think we'll do that first. Give it a go there, but yeah, come the new year, I think I would quite like to change. So, there we go! A very obscure vacuum cleaner for the month of November, even more obscure because it's, part an American Ricard, part a UK Daewoo, and yeah, the cordless crew carries on as it was. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. Let me know down below what vacuum cleaners you're using for the month of November. And I and this pile of suction will see you soon. It's December already. I told you this month would fly by. The little Daewoo / Ricard has been absolutely amazing on the surface. I haven't looked under the hood yet. There is no Christmas tree at the time of filming this video, and there won't be because I'm only filming this today. I haven't really got Christmas in this house yet. I always get busier at the end of the year than the beginning, so who knows, but sadly this Ricard never saw pine needles this year. Let's have a look at how it... Yes, hello my vacuum cleaner chums, how are you today? Yes, December is upon us and we say goodbye to yet another vacuum cleaner. Did you do your own 12 vacuums in 12 months or use something different this month? If so, what did you use and did you like it? I like this a lot. It's a tiny little vacuum, it almost is perfect for my house, and the only real problems with it are just problems with age, the cord rewind. It gets a little bit iffy at the end, but it goes in. It hasn't got any worse or any better, so we'll take that as a thumbs up. We can also have a look at this filter, which I have not looked at yet. Oh, that's a very good sign there. Looks spotless filter on the machine. Oh. And the other little thing that hasn't really got any better or worse is the noise that the motor makes. Again, this handle has a very small range of motion, so if I click it on, hang on, That is on its lowest setting. Just the same really. But oh, so much airflow. Motor has its little wind down noise as well, which again hasn't gotten any worse at all. Which is all we want really, you know. I don't want it to get much worse because it is a nice machine. This hose, despite looking fragile as anything, seems to have survived perfectly well. It's quite nice and long. It's very light considering how bulky it looks. This hose end, despite, you know, a little bit creaky, it's nice to hold. It's quite big. It feels pretty good. Little tools sit under here, which I have used actually. There we go. Proof that I have used it. There is some dirt stuck in there from whenever I last used it. The problem is that it goes quite narrow on the flexible joint on here, so that's that. In fact, we've got the machine plugged in. Have to put the hose back on. There we go. And the cleverest tool I haven't used too much, because even on the lowest setting, it does restrict the airflow a ton. It is very, very restrictive. This wand, I think, is broken. I have it set to this height, and this has been the height that I've used it at all month. However, I'm now going to... Oh, it locks now. It hasn't been locking on me, and it was a bit of a faff, but it seems to have sorted itself out now. Then we can come on to this floor head, which on the surface of it doesn't look nice. And yeah, I can see why you might hate it. It is very noisy on the old hard floor. I'd imagine if it doesn't like your carpet and you have lots of carpet, you're going to hate it. But for me, I quite like it. On the laminate, it pulls the dirt in. All the surface litter just gets scooped up in one pass. It is very much one of those floor tools. I quite like it, but yeah, I can see why people wouldn't. And comment down below. Have you ever used one of these on the car that it was supposed to be on? If so, what were your experiences? Tools away, what we need to do now is have a look at the bag. Because I haven't looked at the bag yet, and I know that they are tiny, so I went and dug out these spare bags that I have that fit this machine. If we open this up, it's not bad. There's more dust on the outside of it than on the inside. That's good, because these are horrible little single wall paper bags. And yeah, little is the key word. Oh look, we do have a little dust cover there. Yeah, that's about half full. That's pretty chunky as well. And don't forget, this is double teamed with the green note all month. So it's done pretty well. Can we have a look at your filters? Oh, we can. Oh look, I made some sort of bodge of 2 meter filters together, but they've worked perfectly well. Yeah, this thing is spotless inside. It's done really, really well. That's good. We're going to take another horrible single walled paper bag. In fact, the ones that it's got left may as well. Well, they'll sit inside of it in a minute once we have tested it, because yeah, this is it now. It's all done for the month. Time to fit a nice new bag. Put that on there. Oh my goodness, we need to get the hose back on just to check that the suction is okay. Oh yeah, lots more airflow now. Yeah, we had lost a little bit of airflow over the month. Oh. Yeah, bless that motor. Being full of glass and bricks and rocks probably isn't the best way to keep the motor of a vacuum cleaner. But, you know, it's a shame, because otherwise it's done well. The broken wheel, which I think is this side, has been okay. It hasn't broken anymore. It's such a lovely little tiny machine. I do quite like it. I don't quite know what I'm going to do with it now that I've used it for a month. I mean, if you really would like it, comment down below or email me and we might be able to come to some sort of arrangement for what is a very rare but very battle-scarred vacuum cleaner. Indeed, but little dinky cylinder gone, what did you vote for me to use for the month of December? Well, for December, you did me proud. Oh yes, I've been hoping that we could feature this soon, and I gave a choice of two Sebos. Let's see what the AI text generation thing does with that little phrase. Yeah, been waiting for a chance to crack one out. I mean, yeah, the cylinder is a good choice, the old K1 cylinder of Kirsten's that we have, but you know, this is going to be so much nicer compared to the little Daewoo, certainly in terms of cleaning the floor. All good. It does have a bag in it. I can't quite remember if we left one in there or not. We have our genuine brand new filter and some of the other parts that were kindly provided by both Sebo and Manchester Vacs between them. Thank you very much, guys. Good thing about buying a Sebo, there is some very good service and spares available. So yes, it hasn't faded too badly either. It isn't too grim. Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting because my stepmother has been using her Dart one that we made her and gets on very well with it. And yeah, I can see why. So it's going to be good to use my one. I do have the hard floor head somewhere, but not to hand. And even if I did have it, I don't think I would use it too much because this forehead that it wears now is pretty decent. Let's hope that it works as well as I remember it doing before. Keep forgetting we've got all these bits of demo carpet. That one on the board just gets used for the birds, really, to stop that socket getting dirty. This one I picked up on the side of the road a couple of days ago. You'll see this in a couple of upcoming videos, but it's not had this good of a vacuum before, I'm sure. Let's go to full power. Oh yeah. From my carpet with a pile like this every day. That's not too bad, is it? You get some grooming lines and wow, it has restored it. I dug through a couple of bits of these to find this bit here, which was the better bit, although I wish it was a bit squarer. So who knows how long it'll last, or if I'll just use it to keep the rain off of the laminate during the depths of winter and chuck it away next year. I don't know. Talking of chucking away next year, let's have a look at how the green notes are doing. Now they've both taken a fair bit of a beating. This one, the little micro green note I used the other day, Charlie wanted me to desolder over keycap switches from a trashed, broken keyboard that I was trying to throw in the bin, but you know how small children are. So yeah, we were using this to suck all of the solder swarf out. So this won't take long. We shall just simply pick up this stuff. And then put that back on there, and yeah, 20 quid, that is pretty decent for what it did. Especially as a solder sucker. Picks up plenty. More than enough suction. This thing, the GSC50, oh, it's come out, is gonna be quite filthy. Oh yeah, look, it's so filthy. It's got bits of card sticking out of it. Yeah, I gave this pretty big hammering over the weekend, and yeah, inside it's still filthy. Let's see what the filter is like. That's not bad. That's probably about as bad as you would ever want to get it. But it is still picking up dirt, so I cannot fully filter. Oh, look at that there. And just like that, same as every month, we're back in business. It's getting a little bit grubby. I reckon next month we shall change it and give it a wash. Treat it for the new year. Don't know really. Should I continue using this in 2025? No. I'm not bored of it. It works really well. This is sort of part of the problem. It does a perfectly fine and decent job. I'm just a bit bored of it, I guess. And, you know, we have other cordless cleaners to play with. Let's have a look in here at the brush roll, which does have a little bit of hair on it. The anti-hair blades are perhaps not doing their strongest job. It's also disgusting under here. I told you it's getting all wet, so all of the wet dirt comes into play. But you know, it's okay. It's not the worst it's ever been. And I mean, we washed this up last month. We shall probably do the same next month if I do or don't box it away. So yeah, that'll do. Look, give it a quick squish over. With our mains vacuum, and we'll call that good enough. We're not going to care about any more this year. We shall wait until the next year when we should be doing this in January. Oh dear. Let's just test it works by picking up these few bits here. Oh yeah, no problem at all. Marvellous. Good to go. And there we are. All changed for the last month of 2024. What a combination. Sebo haven't yet slapped their brand onto a generic, no-name, cordless, bagless vacuum cleaner, and I hope to gosh they never do. But this makes a fairly decent tag team. I can run this around in between my calls and meetings and when I'm running in or out the door, and then I can take the time with this Sebo to give a much deeper, thorough vacuuming. I think that's all I'm going to need. It's going to be a nice round off to the year. Hopefully, when we get a Christmas tree sorted, I like to do it with the kids. So I need to wait until the weekend that I have them and have made space. So hopefully this may see a real Christmas tree this year. I'm not sure. We shall perhaps find out later in the month. So, until the next exciting video, I hope you have enjoyed, and do tell me what you are using for December if you are changing your machine. And until the next video, I and this Sebo and these green notes will see you soon. Bye bye.